committee. So welcome all. I think actually our personnel have more or less remained the same, but we do have a few apologies this morning. We have one from Councillor Filmer, who has been substituted by Councillor Payne, from Councillor Osborne, and from Councillor Saxon. Are there any other apologies, please? Yeah, Councillor Mansell, he's on his way in. No, thank you very much. So, I'll just check that everybody can hear properly. Unfortunately, the usual recording system isn't working, and instead we are using an owl. The owl will pick up everything that everybody says all the time. So if you want to have a quiet gossip to your chums, and pass a number of confidences between you, they will be broadcast. I'm just warning you now. Can anybody online just if you can hear, please?
Yes, no problem.
So the agenda pack, as usual, is available via law.gov or directly from the council website from the link to that to members. When we're invited to speak, could you please state who you are for the benefit of anyone who is listening to the meeting so that they can identify who is speaking? Then importantly, use the microphone if you are in the room. The meeting is being audio recorded, but as I say, in a rather unusual fashion this morning. As agendas are now viewed electronically, can members of office please refer to page numbers from the published agenda pack to assist everybody present in finding the appropriate information. In respect of housekeeping, there is not expected to be a fire alarm. Should this happen, please follow the democratic services officers and they will need when they break out. Regarding agenda item 11, possible strategic risks and high scoring tactical and operational risk reports. Appendix H is confidential. So should members wish to discuss this appendix, the meeting will have to move into a third session. And members of the press and public will be asked to leave the meeting. However, as you know, I'm always rather against doing that if we can possibly avoid it. So if there's any way that we can avoid discussing those confidential items in a way that still means that we can probably probe the report, then that would be better. The other thing I did want to advise you on is that we've had a request that item 12, which is the Council Tax Reduction Scheme Task Force report, be brought forward in the agenda so that it will appear after item 7. So I hope Councillor Lovell and Councillor Trimble that will be okay to do that. It is felt that would fit then better within the overall scheme of the meeting if we can consider that at an earlier stage rather than leaving it until the end. So I think that you can be prepared to introduce that item a little earlier on the agenda.
Chair, always relieved not to have a graveyard slot.
We will be extra alert for you. Okay, so we've had apologies. Agenda item 2 is minutes from the previous meeting. May I take Mr. Truber up, please? Proposed Councillor Hopper, seconded by Councillor C. Mercy, all those in favour? Thank you very much. Are there any particular matters arising that anyone wants to raise at this point? Thank you very much. Agenda item 3, declarations of interest. So, are there any interest that any members wish to declare, please? No, thank you. Yeah. Yes, Councillor.
Yeah, it is a declared interest that's already registered, but I just point out on the direction of the Sunset Association of Local Councils, and note that the it's mainly relevant to those working with you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Do we know to? Welcome, Councillor Mansell. Agenda item 4 is public question time, and we have got a question this morning from Mr. Chris Mann. And I would like to ask Mr. Mayor, please, to come to the public desk. So you will, as you know, Mr. Mayor, have 3 minutes to address the committee. And then I'll ask Councillor Philip to respond. So, Mr. Chris Mann.
Good morning. Lone Star Council. This seems an odd time for the Somerset Council leader. Could that green light be on? You turned it off. On. This seems an odd time for the Somerset Council leader to be praising the Chief Finance Officer when that officer is a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Public Finance and Accountancy, which has recently awarded the council just 1 star out of 5 for financial management. He was also imposed when the council received 5 statutory recommendations criticising performance. The first quarterly report of the council's 20 million inspiring innovation consultancy for advice on how to save money told us of a whole council diagnostic, which is much bigger than the failed Liberal Democrat Southwest One outsourcing. The second quarterly report confirms our worst suspicions of this potentially predatory contract, which is much stronger on activity, capability building and future benefits than on evidence delivery of cashable savings. In Wave 1, 5 projects have entered delivery, while in Wave 2, 11 opportunities are still being explored and developed into future business cases. Most strikingly, 4 years after winning authority to merge councils, Wave 3 is still future council design, tackling root causes of demand and cost, developing a future operating model for the whole council, and redesigning services across departments. In 2007, Wiltshire voted for a unitary council and has probably saved at least 200 million by simply redesigning services across Wiltshire, using existing managers with about 8 million external IT support. Somerset residents deserve to know why these perfectly normal business reforms were not prioritised from the outset, and why, years after reorganisation began, the council is still paying consultants to identify opportunities that should have been implemented long ago by highly paid senior managers. The cost of inspiring innovation has had a big impact on the ability to set a balanced budget, requiring a 3rd year of exceptional financial support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to ask Councillor Philip to respond, please. Okay.
Maybe we into the middle.
So none can't hear.
Again.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Your characterisation of the position is selective and in parts misleading. It draws comparisons and conclusions that do not properly reflect the scale, complexity, or timing of Somerset's reorganisation. The comparison with Wiltshire is not a like-for-like benchmark. Wiltshire's reorganisation took place in 2009, before the financial crash, before over a decade of sustained austerity, and before the significant growth in demand that we now see in services such as adult social care and special educational needs and disabilities. Somerset's new council was established in April 2023, having inherited these pressures in full. Any assessment that ignores the context risks reaching the wrong conclusions. The suggestion that what you describe as perfectly normal business reports simply have been implemented earlier overlooks the reality of what was inherited. 5 different organisational structures and cultures, inconsistent pay and reward arrangements, fragmented systems across core functions, including finance, planning, and revenues, a finance system that has materially affected financial viability, visibility, and control, and budgets particularly in adult social care, but not aligned to underlying demand. These are not marginal issues. They go to the council's ability to operate as a single organisation and to deliver change safely. However, and this is important, acknowledging that context does not remove the need for challenge. It strengthens it. Residents are entitled to expect that these legacy issues are not just described, but resolved, and with visible results. On the use of external support, including the Inspiring Innovation Programme, your concern about delivery versus activity is a fair test, and one we are applying ourselves. Diagnostics and pipeline development are not outcomes. The council must demonstrate clearly what cash flow savings have been delivered, what is contractually committed, and critically, what are the outcomes and improvements for our residents. That level of transparency is essential, particularly given the financial position, but it's also important to challenge the alternative implied in your question, that this work could have been completed internally quickly without external support. Given the scale of disaggregation across the 5 councils, the absence of a single operating model and the underlying financial pressures, that is not a realistic starting assumption. On financial management, external assessment and statutory recommendations rightly highlight areas for improvement and provide a baseline against which improvement can be measured. The appropriate response is not to personalise those findings, but to address them systematically and in the open. That is what is underway, and progress will continue to be evidenced and reported. For the record, the 3, not 5, statutory recommendations were in relation to the 2024-5 financial year, for which the current Section 151 officer was not in post. Finally, on the broader point, Sunset is not in the same place as earlier reorganisations, and it is not operating in the same environment. That means the challenges are greater, but it also means the expectations must be clearer. The focus now is not on defending past decisions or debating simplified comparisons. It is on demonstrating transparently and at pace that legacy issues are being resolved, that transformation is translating into measurable saving and improved outcomes for our residents, and that the council has a credible and deliverable part to sustainability. Those are the standards residents should judge us against, and it is right that we are held to them.
Right, thank you very much, Councillor Philip. There is, I think, something of an expectation that scrutiny will also at some point consider the SIPFA report, both in terms of its general comment on the financial culture of the authority, but also in the interest of transparency. And exactly how we do this, I think we will now be able to address in agenda item 5, which we're moving on to, which is the Scrutiny Committee for the Strategic Work Programme and Outcome Tracker, because we do need to make sure that the SIPFA report is going to be incorporated in our activity over the course of the next period. So I'm going to ask Mr. Latkovich to introduce this, please, and that was Mr. Woodbridge will also have other things to add.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I don't really have much to say about the report, what is already said, but it does present the refreshed scrutiny work program framework, which was involved as a response to findings from the scrutiny review, which was agreed by the full council. Sorry, there's a typo in the report. It's September 2025, and it says the priorities for this committee in terms of the forthcoming year, and as well of also introducing the prioritization tool. So in terms of the recommendations that the committee is asking to endorse the scrutiny prioritisation toolkit, which is in appendix 1, and review its draft work program, which is currently stands as it is, but as you know, this is dynamic piece of work, which will get some items added, in the next few months as well. And review whether there are any other business that you would like to add to the future meetings and future agendas as well for this committee. And second part of this is your outcome tracker, which presents findings and recommendations and outcomes made by the scrutiny, and which were forwarded to executive or relevant officers for response. A few items, yet to be outstanding, but that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished, do you want to add anything at this point?
Thank you, Chair. I think the only point just to highlight is in the executive summary is again is one of the key elements of the scrutiny review is recognising that the scrutiny function be undertaken through a range of ways of doing it rather than just committee meetings. Work that scrutiny review identified a lot of that scrutiny has been done through committee meetings. So just to highlight again, the work programme really raises that point in terms of considering what items should be prioritised for committee meetings and then what matters should be taken forward through task and finish groups. And you've got a report from one of your task and finish groups for today's meeting, and also through spotlight reviews as well. So again, it's just to highlight when looking at potential items of business, how that business may go either one of those three pathways.
And could we just address the specific of the section reporting how we also scrutiny committee have the opportunity to engage with that?
So we've at the moment we've got a strategic outline business case which asks for some additional support in-house to get us to a stage where we can formalise all of the business plans that will come forward as part of addressing and building better finance improvement plan. So it addresses all of the SIPA stuff that's been addressed. It addresses the audit findings report for external audit, and it also picks up some internal reviews where we've had conversations with the team about what's working, what's not. So it follows the same path as how we would do business cases part of the transformation programme. So if you would allow us time to just get that plan in place so that we can have a look at the phasing of those business cases, and then I'm very happy to bring that forward as a paper or as a workshop with scrutiny.
Right, thank you. That would seem to be an appropriate way to deal with it in the first instance. As I say, I'm just anxious that we have actually got something in the programme that quite clearly says that we are engaging with it and we are addressing some of the issues that have been raised with it, and then how the council deals with it, because it's actually about the rightly said. We need to be able to produce a positive outcome from the report. And if we can contribute to that in a positive way, that is what we are going to do. Councillor.
So I wasn't connecting the SIP, but I was going to comment on the wider one, so I'm happy to wait if.
Unless there's anybody else that wants to say anything about that specific, can we just look then at the recommendations that we have, which ask us to endorse the scrutiny prioritisation toolkit set out in Appendix 1, particularly to review the draft work programme in Appendix 2. So anything there, ladies and gentlemen, we can resolve at this point. Councillor Trundle.
Thank you. So I read this with interest and made a series of notes as I went through it. So some of the things I'm making a point, some of them I will try to create into a question, if you see what I mean. So on page 28, we have the scrutiny work prioritization tool. Excuse, I might not have. But anyway, I noted that question 3 on the first of those, is this issue of concern to the residents of Somerset, would actually bump an awful lot of our work out immediately at first point of contact. Because it should really be combined with question 1. So does it impact? Because the way I see it, people, at the end of the day, people don't know what concerns them. They know the broader things that concern them, roadworks, the bins not being collected, etc. But for many of the items that we discuss, they don't come into, people's homes. People aren't aware of the SIP report, for example. Now, on page 29, we've then got it saying that, so where have we got it? This chart measures everything's importance against its matched corporate objectives and priorities. Now, point 1 allows consideration of something which doesn't match the corporate, the corporate objectives and priorities. And if it doesn't meet them, but an ongoing public concern that falls within the authority's remit. So its score and importance suggests it can't really be a problem if it's not meeting those, but I'm guessing anything can be shortened to fit these anyway. So if I could think of an example to fit point number 1, I can't think of one off the top of my head, but I would be able to find an angle on it that would fit those prioritisations. So I'm not sure it's going to cancel things out or reduce their importance, because you're just going to find a way of making it important enough to meet their priorities, or it's just going to be binned and we're going to have an element of work that's never discussed. So you've got all these different levels of importance against meeting those criteria, which suggests that number 1, when you're looking at it, that there's no evidence that it's linked. I can't even think of anything that would be linked that we could discuss that would be linked to those corporate priorities and objectives. Does that make sense? So I just find it a little bit confusing. I mean, I'm all for shorter agendas. I'm all for shorter meetings. Today being one of them, we had 7 hours last week at executive. It does go on. But I do wonder whether scrutiny will end up only looking at the highest priority areas ever. And what is on today's agenda that we could have sifted out using this tool? That's what I'd like to know. Now, the emphasis on task and finish is fine, but I've been on 3 recently, okay, with 1 still running. And these can significantly add to your workload, and they really can. I have at least 50 pages. Those are just what I'm aware that I need to read by Friday, by our task and finish meeting there, following all of the stuff that I've been reading for this. Those meetings last for about 3 hours. We've not always found it easy to get members to join those meetings. When they do join, they can't make all of them. And also, I feel as though they can exclude people. And if Connor, you don't mind, you have a job. And so if you sit with this committee and you join this committee, doesn't mean that you can join a task and finish group. So therefore, I feel as though we're excluding people by passing too much work through task and finish, and at the same time, putting that onto the same people who do say yes. And I appear to be one of those people who say yes all the time. And I don't feel as though I should be on everything, because then you're not getting that spread of information, that experience and guidance. So I just want to ask, our executive, the scrutiny review we carried out included a decision to scrutinise some decisions retrospectively to the executive. Now, I don't remember that being a really specific discussion point. I remember it being mentioned, but I don't remember it being mentioned as a positive, yes, we must do this. And then I find that actually this is something that we've agreed to. And I wonder, what are the criteria for that? So how do we decide what comes to executive before scrutiny and vice versa? And how do we get feedback on our recommendations, because at the moment, if we scrutinise something and it goes to executive, we have the opportunity to attend or view executive to see how our decisions have impacted. And I wondered what the feedback will be, and that is me done.
Right, well, the last one will be the outcome tracker. So making sure that we've actually got everything in our outcomes. We'll come back to this committee so that we can examine them. Do you want to comment on any of those, Mr. Williams?
Maybe not. I didn't blame them.
Well, yes.
No, again, I think that's a really good point raised by Councillor Trimble. I think the point about scoring is you'll see within that appendix two, pretty much every one of the items that are scheduled for this committee are categorised to be considered by the committee rather than committee in or spotlight review. So hopefully you'll be reassured that in terms of appendix two, the vast majority of the items you're scheduled to consider will actually come to this committee. I think the thing I'd highlight is this very same report is going to each of the 4 scrutiny committees to make sure that we have consistency of practice. I think some of the other scrutiny committees perhaps have a greater level of public involvement on specific matters. So the use of that prioritisation tool may prove much more necessary for them than for this committee. That doesn't mean that there aren't matters that this committee considers which aren't of interest to the public. It's clearly today, the council tax reduction scheme is certainly something which will be of interest to a large number of Somerset residents. The budget setting and budget performance, how we operate within our available resources, I'm sure that will be of interest to Somerset's communities as well. In terms of the task and finish points, I think you're right to flag that they do require much more commitment on specific topics. That's why they're set up. The one point of reassurance again is that the membership of the task and finish group is clearly open to the relevant committee to establish. It doesn't have to be solely drawn from this scrutiny committee as an example. This committee could decide if it sets up another task and finish group to open up the membership to other scrutiny members across the 4 committees, just to help, dare I say, spread the load in terms of member involvement and what members can bring. And equally that point about the timings of when those task and finish group meetings are. They're generally decided by the task and finish groups themselves. So I think that's something which, when they operate, that does need to be taken into account, because otherwise, as Councillor Trimble said, you can lead to exclusion. And I think that the final point is really, I think it's just highlighting and trying to bring this back to hopefully what this is seeking to do in terms of consistency is at least ensure that we've got a focus on the real higher priority items coming into the committee meetings. I think the one question I would have, and you've experienced this as a committee, certainly over the past couple of years, is how we make better use of some of those spotlight reviews. There are some examples which do lend themselves to spotlight reviews and allow you to focus in terms of some of your items. But again, that's a general point for scrutiny committees rather than something solely for this committee.
Thank you. And your very first point about appendix 1, whether or not question 1 and question 3 are essentially the same, I think. I suppose you can differentiate between those things that make an impact in those things which are of concern. But I think it's a good point that you make. I think it's certainly one we should reflect on further. Right, so I've now got Councillor C, followed by Councillor Hophouse, followed by Councillor Mansell, Councillor C, and Councillor Penn.
Thank you, Chair. I share some of the Councillor Trimble's concerns about the listing, and I think this may be format rather than intent. The thing which struck me most was it appeared to be authored as though the intent was a checklist and a flowchart with a decision tree, when actually it's guidance, and it's really guidance for the chair ultimately, who controls the agenda, the emphasis within the agenda. So there are some instances where a matter comes before scrutiny because of the public interest in that topic and the need felt on behalf of the scrutiny committee that the topic needs an airing in the realm in public. And that's not the same as it being of interest, or controversial. That's for a particular reason. That didn't really come through in reading the notes, but I think it's a worthy reason, and it's different from. I completely agree with Councillor Trevor on most of our business, most of the property business is deadly boring to the public. So it's not of interest, not interesting, shouldn't put it that way, not interesting, but it's in their interests. And that really is kind of where we have. But I do think that the way it's expressed is in the reports is weak compared to what I would hope for. But I don't disagree with the sort of needs of it. It's how it's been expressed in the report. Strongly. My big concern is that this government rightly or wrongly is disassembling lots of the points with at which the public connects with any form of government. And so by that, one of the government's reference can see that community-based councils are basically set down. The only place, therefore, that you have to interact with decision makers as a member of the public will be at executive meetings or council meetings. None of the other meetings, it possibly must agree, but let me see that point. The scrutiny committees become far more important as a place of interacting with the public, and scrutiny is also somewhere where council can, where members of the council can call upon sources other than the council office and body to hear evidence. If the purpose is to make sure that the evidence against the decision maker is correct, so the officer that the council executes the correct information to the decision maker. So we can, be looking at organisations asking them to present to us, tell us what they're doing and so on directly, as opposed to carrying through a council officer report. The reality is our timing is a bigger issue than was mentioned. We are becoming a company run by retired people with private teams, professional politicians, and people who are paid to influence the machine.
But nobody in this room, I hasten to add,
I'm afraid that, there are a few of us who still work. I'm not able to do the job related to meetings in Taunton as well as they could meetings in Yeovil. I had a very tolerant employer and yards between my desk and the council offices, and I can do a constant job. I can use the privileges of the representation of people arrangements in order to do the job properly. The drive to Taunton gets in the way of that. And so I think the retiring literally wants to do the job better. And I'm sure that others of working age have been through that path. I know many who ceased from the key earlier rather than later because they need to do the job right. But more importantly, for the scrutiny committee, we need to be getting external people in during the day, members of the public during the day, people who comment rather than invested interest in during the day. And I think we do need to look at the arrangements for democratic services so we can actually move meetings to the edges of working day, move meetings to the evening. This is something which culturally just doesn't happen here and used to happen at all with district councils. So why we can't extend that courtesy here to cover off, for example, working groups, excluding people from working groups because their work is ironic, to say the least. You're taking something which is a sensitive subject and sampling it in a pool that's very limited. So I just think we need some wider things in here about the mechanisms of scrutiny generally support this support the report. Would take it as guidance rather than a flow chart. But I think this issue of timing and involvement and who involved in scrutiny is missing from the report.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can I just point out the chat, which is obviously that sound is very poor for those trying to engage remotely. I don't know if there's anything we can do about it, or whether we're constrained by the hour this morning, in which case we can only apologise for those of you who are trying to follow things online. Can I just request then that members do use the microphones and speak as clearly as possible, so that those at home elsewhere trying to engage can at least hear what was said properly. Councillor Hophouse, I'm sure you will enunciate to the last degree.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you want me to go into my command voice, I will do, but you would need the microphones. I want to talk about the budget scrutiny that is going on and the restrictions that have been placed upon the scrutiny committees when they can see the budget, the actual budget figures, and the fact that they're coming to us 3 months after the date where they've been finished. I used to run quite a small company turning over 10 million a year, and my financial lady at the end of each week told me exactly what my financial position was. And I find it very difficult to understand why this committee and the other scrutiny committees can't have their budget returns at the end of 1 month. And I find it even more difficult where on the environment we are unable now to follow the budget for that particular committee because we're not getting it given to us.
Officer Dixon.
Would you like me to? I'll speak and then Clive's online and can come in. So budget monitoring, we are looking to accelerate the time that we take to produce the budget monitoring report, so they will be coming a lot quicker. The outcome report was scheduled to come last month to scrutiny, but actually the meeting was cancelled, I believe. So it didn't come last month. It was scheduled to come last month, but didn't come last month. So we are looking to get information much quicker. In terms of all of the financial information is available through this scrutiny committee. We did make a decision not to do the individual reporting through to each of the scrutineers because all of the information comes here, and actually officer time and capacity, I want officers to concentrate on doing accurate budget monitoring and to do the better improvement plan, finance improvement plan. So we only have a finite amount of officer time to be able to keep producing the same information in the same report, which is my honest answer.
You want to come back quickly, Councillor Hophouse, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Anfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully understand Nicola's point, but the information that is given to this committee could be put in a noted form for the other committees, because that it doesn't increase the work at all, and it would allow the members of that committee to be able to follow and call in anything that's an anomaly.
Thank you, Mr. Heathy.
Yeah, just to comment on that, what we want to do is to make sure the council as a whole is informed of the financial position as often and as frequently as we can, but we have to balance that with the resource needs of the council and the fact that the finance team now is a much smaller team. We discussed at the outset the SITFA report, which I will bring back to you in due course, but part of the finance improvement plan then is looking at how we can make sure we use our very expensive system, Microsoft Dynamics, to produce information on a more timely basis for us, so we can spend the finance time on producing accurate reports rather than manipulating numbers for you. That's all part of the journey that we have, but we still believe that reporting formally quarterly is the right thing to do and inform informally on a monthly basis. It balances the resource needs of the council and the finance team with good quality information for you. Producing the accounts of a local authority and the management accounts is not the same as producing a small company accounts. There are a world of difference between them, and there's a lot of effort has to go into producing each set of accounts. So happy to carry on having this discussion with you, but we'll continue with the current system. But as I say, please let me know if you've got concerns about the frequency or the quality of the information.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Healy. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. Yes, I've sort of a few comments following the discussion we had. Just on that one, my connection is to go with what Henry just suggested, that the monitoring reports passed on for the scrutiny committees to note, an information sheet type thing. So that doesn't look as though it should require much work to achieve. So I would intend to support that. Yeah, just sort of reflecting on some of what's come up. We sort of started prompted by the earlier question about the CIPFA report, which I've just wondered, because of course that's not come to us, and of course we weren't expecting to discuss that today. So it's sort of suddenly come upon us. I've not looked, but I'm presuming it's gone to audit committee, and clearly that's an important place where it should go to. I'm just wondering whether maybe that sort of comes in as part of our consideration of the medium-term financial plan strategy, and maybe that's the link. So I'm a little bit sort of torn whether we should be looking at the SIP report its own, but I've not yet. I've looked at the odd headline, but I've not looked at the report to make the judgment. But my feeling is it's probably part of our medium-term financial strategy considerations, and I think it does have some mention in there. I'll double check to make sure, but I think it does. Okay, so that's that. The prioritisation tool we've got, yeah, feel okay with it. I tend to also think that possibly it could be a bit simpler in the sort of form of guidelines. It's not that long, but possibly it could be shorter. I'll help but notice though, it still resulted in what I would say is an overlong agenda for today, which I think will actually be to the detriment of probably nearly all the items we have on our agenda today. We've had so many papers to read beforehand that for me it's been a bit too much to swallow in the time I've had available. So I think we do need to try and find a way of shortening our agendas, and just possibly the monitoring reports are the ones that could have most been dropped, although they still need to come through. So okay, so to ask and finish with comments on that. I'm one of those ones who says yes quite a lot. I will admit, maybe not quite as often as you, Lucy, but we do see each other a number of times. I find them very valuable. You are able to get into things in much more depth than we ever have the chance to do at the Scrutiny Committee. So I really do think they add another dimension that's important. But it would be best clearly if it was easier for others to be involved, and I'm not quite sure what the answer is to that, because we have a lot to cover already. But I'm keen that we do continue. Yeah, not too many, but I do think they're valuable. Okay. So scrutiny in general and meetings, I just feel I have to observe, and this is a bit of a problem with the size of divisions that we have, especially those of us who cover rural areas, evening meetings. I tend to feel it's a good idea. Some of us, though, cover an awful lot of parishes and towns, and they meet in the evenings because that's their time. I cover 14. I do share. I'm fortunate to be able to share. I know others have more than that. So it does mean many of your evenings every week are taken up with your parishes and towns, and it doesn't leave. I'm afraid it doesn't leave slots. The availability of times during the day, but it does leave an awful lot of retired people. Some retired early, and now getting closer to when they should have retired. But yeah, so not sure what the answer is there. I also note that we've been on a journey to improve scrutiny. If I'm honest, I found scrutiny really quite frustrating over the last few years. I mean, I think it reflects the council's position. I think the review should lead to better scrutiny, but you know, I at times have often felt really quite frustrated with how this council has been operating, which I didn't feel in the past. But you know, maybe that's a subject for something else. But I hope we're on a path to improving things. Right. Just very finally, outcome tracker. So we've got that there, and that is important. I noticed for the vision that it hasn't actually quite caught up, and I sort of got an observation with that in the council vision. We considered this last time. We had comments on it, which have sort of ended up being reflected, but it was all a bit of a mad race through that process to executive full council, and again, that did not feel very satisfactory to me, and I think it was obvious I had a particular frustration, which you know, I still don't feel entirely content about, but you know, at least there's still some doors open on it. So, but it, you know, creating the time for our process to work, and often we don't seem to have enough time for our process to work between scrutiny, executive, and occasion onto full council as well.
Taking up your point about the length of this meeting, of course, the original schedule was that there was going to be a meeting at the end of May, and then this one relatively early on in June. And the decision was taken that it was better to have the one meeting today and to not have the extra meeting at the end of May. So that is the reason principally why there are more items today. I hope that this will be something of a one-off and we won't be asked to engage with a similar marathon in the future. Because as I say, in the end, I don't really think it's terribly in terms of the amount of attention we really need to give to the papers for things. But hopefully today's one-off, and so of course, one of the things I would say is that the shorter we can keep our responses and comments, the more quickly we will get through the agenda. Sense and pain. That was an invitation for you to be really competent.
Yes, well, to be glad to know that my question has been answered, but I will say I'm not planning the time early.
Right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. First of all, just to address your point, Dave, I think we need to remember that scrutiny previously was done by district councils and Somerset Council, so it's a huge transition to bring all the scrutiny into one body, which is now Somerset Council, and that has involved quite a lot of transition. And I think there's still work to be done to make it the best scrutiny it can be, but I think scrutiny has always been open to debate as to how it could be better engaging with the public. And I'm not seeing any changes from what I've always heard about comments on scrutiny not serving everyone perfectly. I think it's ever thus been the situation. And Stephen and I spend a lot of time working on the agendas. It's not always straightforward. I do think there's still work to be done aligning the officers with the requests from this committee. Sometimes, you know, we can push for agenda items and they get pushed back, and then suddenly we get a very full agenda, which is not ideal. And we sometimes get requests from officers at last minute to add something to an agenda, which then pushes an agenda on longer than we would have wanted. So there's still work to do, and Democratic Services do an amazing job at trying to get those reports in and ready for meetings, and to do that liaison work between this committee and officers, and they do a really good job on that. But it is a challenge, and I think July's meeting is looking quite busy as well at the moment. Wasn't planned to be, but now it is. So, you know, there are challenges we are facing with keeping agendas manageable in the number of hours that people have to sit through the meeting. So I think it is ongoing work, and we're going to hear more about this, you know, going through into the future. The evening meeting things, I think there's definitely public concerned that none of our meetings happen in the evening. I know when I had a really important planning meeting, so many members of the community were very frustrated that they weren't able to attend something that really mattered to them because it was in their working day and they couldn't get time off to attend what they considered a really, really important meeting for them and their community. So I think there is some cultural shift that needs to happen, and I have raised this before, so that some meetings are maybe perhaps looked at moving into the later end of the day, or even into the into the evening, as district councils used to operate. And it is something that I would like us to keep talking about. I think that's all that I think this is guidance. I think we all know if we have a topic that's really important to us, we can push for it to be on the agenda. And sometimes we do need to keep reminding that we want that on the agenda. But I think this is guidance, which gives us sort of a starting point. I think everybody will be heard if they wish to add something that's particularly relevant to their community, and hopefully will be of interest to other communities as well. Because quite often the issues are spread across the whole of Somerset. But yeah, I think I'm fine with this as guidance, but I think it may need tweaking in certain circumstances where a matter becomes particularly relevant.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Can I just ask us to look at page 39 and combine from the work programme? Do members feel comfortable with Appendix 2, what is identified there, in terms of the high priority items? Take that silence means assent, thank you. And on the outcome tracker, can I just observe again what we've really been told here is what we decided, what we resolved. We're not really saying what response is, which is the point I think that Councillor Trimble was making. That some of these things will have been executed by now, some of them will have worked their way through, and we should be able to know what the actual response was. And I do think that needs to be incorporated now within our outcome tracker. We need to have at this committee definite reports on what other committees to whom we remitted our resolutions have concluded. That is, I think, the way that we can then best see the result of the engagement and fine-tune the engagement thereafter. This isn't it, I don't think. Yes, I see nods there.
Isn't that being worked on?
Thank you. That pitch. I know you have it in hand.
Chair, thank you. Yes, when we receive response from executive, we publish the outcome tracker, but you're absolutely right, we can receive this one. We also, Scott and I are working with our colleagues as well, how we are going to work together with the executive, bringing all, not only from this committee, from all the other steering committees, outcomes and recommendations in standard format, a standard agenda, where we will receive response done.
I would like to add, really well served we are as a committee by our officers. They are very attentive and very concerned to make sure that scrutiny works. So I do want it to be absolutely acknowledged that we have a very good committee. We're very dedicated to the cause of scrutiny. Councillor Seaton.
Yeah, Chair. Just looking at some of these items in previous authorities would have been addressed by a short verbal update that merely reflect the work in progress status, usually by the portfolio holder, and usually very short. It seems to me that this was to put on going in what should be read and the green colour. You know, this isn't scratching the itch at all. The request, for example, on the Penn Ward's business case was to be kept up to date. That means that, you know, effectively every meeting there should be well, if you want to make my regular updates on Penn Rewards, maybe 4 sentences in my report, you know, or 4 sentences in the verbal presentation. It shouldn't be much more than that. Just instead, it's I haven't got it finished. I haven't got a finished report. You know, therefore I can't write anything. We're just not. It's not the right approach.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I think that we can probably now move to consider the recommendations, which are on page 21. I think we've had a number of additional comments as the result of the debate, not necessarily anything that we need to add to the recommendations. But I think that what we have said needs to be acknowledged, particularly in terms of the outcome tracker, the pressures on members, particularly regarding task and finish, need, I think, to be noted. Councillor Jim, want to add something?
Well, I don't know what our remit is in terms of that table, which was on page 53. Oh no, we're on the one item here, page 28. But is this a done deal, or are we here to discuss it and to recommend changes to it? Because I really believe question 1 and 3 need to be reflected as one question.
Well, I was also going then to just reflect on that, as I said earlier, there is a case for amalgamating 1 and 3. There is a case for saying that the two should be kept separate because they are slightly different things.
They are entirely separate. Whether there is an impact on someone,
Yes.
it's an entirely separate question. I think whether people are concerned about it. Yeah, there may be an impact and they don't know about it, right? So, and vice versa.
So I was going to suggest that actually there'd be further reflection on that rather than necessarily taking an immediate decision today. That's true.
Well, the other thing I would say is that is this issue of concern to Somerset residents needs to be reworded somehow, because for most Somerset residents, if you ask them about the things that we discuss, they go, "No, I'm not really bothered." No, I'm not. And I don't blame them either, because you would have to go through so much explanation. They would need to understand the underpinning works of the council to decide whether they were bothered or not. And at the end of the day, we're not expecting residents in Somerset to understand everything. Will it just, to me, will it be of concern to the residents of Somerset? Who's deciding that?
Well, I think there are two considerations here, aren't there? One is essentially the council will resolve whether the issue has an impact, because that is something that it can possibly judge best. There will then be those things that are clearly of great public concern and have demonstrably risen up within the community that needs to be talked about and therefore can be added to the criteria. They're not necessarily the same. Whether or not, however, we can look to refine that table of questions in a way that makes it clearer, I think we'd rather not say that we'll do it on things this morning, but we can just ask that we looked at to see whether there is some further discrimination that could be applied there to produce something that's even better than it currently is. Councillor Johnson.
I think Lucy's referring to the point 3 in phase 1, perhaps.
Yeah.
Is the issue of concern to residents of Somerset. And I think that still needs to remain there, because I think there are some rather bizarre requests that can come forward which aren't of relevance. And I think if you keep that question there, it is going to be helpful on streamlining what does come to the committee and what doesn't.
Yes.
Relevance, sorry, but I want to make my case. Relevance, yes. I think concern is something we would analyse by saying, well, nobody's written to us about this. Do you see what I'm saying? And so relevance makes, well, it is semantics, but it matters. If we say, if somebody says it's not going to be of concern to people, so we won't bother discussing it. That's all. But look, I'm just making a suggestion.
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor Tribble, and I take your point. All I'm saying is that I think we just need to take this on the way to think about. And I'm sure that a little bit of reflection on it will potentially produce an even better result. So if we could leave it that you've raised the issue, we know that it's a concern, and we will go just look at it again to make sure that it is as clear and as accurate as it needs to be. That's the suit.
Chairman,
I
I'm
don't
wondering
get
if,
too caught up on this particular one, but then
No,
a lot
I'm
of.
wondering if it would be as simple as putting the word "an" into the sentence. So is this an issue of concern? Because that clarifies that there is something a priori happening, that the people have become concerned about this issue, and that's why it's going to scrutiny, because it is one of those pressure relief, explanation, education type scrutinies, as opposed to being a topic which is generally concerning to the public, which I don't think is a particularly good reason to bring something to scrutiny. I think that would be ticked by question 1.
Yes, well, that, I like it every now and again, and I think that does help in that particular one. We're happy with that, Councillor Trumbull?
I'm not happy about it. I just don't want to see things not coming to us on one point. And if it's listed there, then it's a point that's going to be considered. I'm quite happy to leave it to the minds that do the serious thinking to come up with something to be able to say to me, Lucy, like everyone else is thinking on this committee, you're daft, just leave it. But I would like somebody just to consider how that's worded.
Councillor Hogg,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Scrutiny Committee Corporate Strategic Combined Work Programme has absolutely nothing on next year's budget at all. And we are still allowing the financial reporting to be 3 months late, which means that in September we're going to be looking, or we should be looking at the budget for 27 and developing it, and we've only got the figures for the end of June 26.
It is a living document, Councillor Hogg, and I think we're going to look, and we're going to look more fully at exactly the point we're raising under item 7.
Okay.
Okay, so if you can just hold your concern in suspension for an hour, we will come back to that. Right, so look, if you're okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've raised a number of issues. Broadly speaking, we're happy with the recommendations. However, we have raised a number of issues, and one of the particular concerns that we have does relate to the table on page 28, questions 1, question 3. And we would like that to be looked at further. Councillor Seamus made a suggestion about 3 could be reworded, but we believe there's something there that needs a little more attention. And we will look forward to having that back to us at our next hearing and early September meeting. Right, we're seeing this in favour. Good, thank you so much. We're only falling a little behind time there. So if we could move on to agenda item 6, which is community development review, which you will find on page 49. I'm going to ask Councillor Philip to introduce this item and also to introduce Max Wide from the Citizen Network, who will present the report that he has authored. So that's the right here.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mindful of, I'm not going to do a long introduction. Members are aware, I think when you last came to this committee or this committee's predecessor in November, that the council has commissioned a review by Citizens Network of the community development work the council does, which I describe as being about how Somerset Council works with the communities we serve in partnership with strategic partners such as the NHS, the BCFSC, and indeed city, town and parish councils. I will say more about recommendations after Max and given his report plenty of time. I will hand over to Max.
Thank you. Can you all move them? Yes, you can all move.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Councillor Phillips. So it's a long report. There's a fairly long report, and then there's a background report that kind of goes with it. So I'm going to try and skip through that as swiftly as I possibly can.
in order to enable debate here. So I just wanted to say three things really right at the beginning. Sent you a set of slides, which I'm hoping our colleague is going to, there's quite a lot of animation in it, so hopefully we'll just kind of step through as I go. So the second slide, I think, is called findings. All right, and then if we kind of go to the first bit. So this is a report, just to be really kind of set the context for this. This is a report which is about two things really. So one is it is about the effectiveness of the way in which Somerset Council does community engagement. And that is the dialogue that the council have with communities and the way in which community views are taken into account in the design of services, the allocation of resources, the activity that those services have. So that there's something to do with working with the public and communities in order to be able to inform that. And then the second part of it is really about community development. And that is the extent to which you work with communities in order that they become more self-reliant in a sense, in order that the community spirit of those places and the activity of their communities increases. It's not to do with the services you provide to them, it's really to do with the way in which the community work together. So that's the first thing to say. That's really the focus of this report. And I will kind of zoom out throughout the whole thing to be able to try and capture that. Second thing to say is that we spoke in all of this to about 180 people, a mixture really of city, town and parish councillors, council officers, Somerset council members, members of the DCFSE, etc. Around all of these issues. There is very little agreement, consensus, if you like, on what should happen. So, and that really is a segue to my third kind of introductory point, which is that our job really as a citizen network was to try and make sense of, to honour and respect a lot of diverse views and to try and find a way forward. So rather than necessarily taking sides kind of in that debate or necessarily agreeing with particular perspectives, we try and take all of those perspectives and pull them together into something that made a sustainable way forward. And so I hope that today, and I guess the job both of the council we do as a scrutiny committee is in a sense to almost, I hope, and join in that endeavour. So to try and make sense of the fact that people think very different things in this space and try and find a way forward which is sustainable. And then to that we have added, as an organisation, a view on what happens in the rest of the country. What does both academic thinking but also practical experience from elsewhere across the nation and abroad kind of tell us is the best way forward in really these areas. So that's really the basis of the report and the thinking behind the report. I've kind of led the activity, but we've got a whole group of people, so Jason Lehman, Amy Burnett, two doctors who did most of the research part of this, and then we were joined by a guy called Paul Wilson, who's really a kind of very BCSFE focused person on the development of the report itself. And we work with a reference group for that. So I just want to skip you through the main findings. So when you go to the blog called Strategic Change in Partnerships. So to go back to what I said at the beginning, if you look at the range of activity that Somerset Council is engaged in relation to both community development and engagement, there is a lot that goes on. So some of these things will be familiar to you. So there's what all you do through Connect Somerset is a way of engaging with both the communities. All you do through LCNs is a way of engaging with developing communities. All you do through village agents is a way of engaging with developing communities. So there's a massive activity, and then you add to that all of the kind of consultation activity, development of local plans, all of those sorts of things. So there is a vast array of activity that we take that takes part in this space. If you then add to that partner agencies, so you add the NHS into that, and you add fire and rescue into that, there's more still. So there is a huge amount of activity, and I think what we found really, talking with people in communities, was that people feel in general over consulted and under responded to. So very often the very same people are called upon the community by different agencies and different organisations to have what feels like broadly the same conversation. What do you need? Where are the gaps? What does it really want for your community, etc., etc.
And it feels like lots of those conversations go on in quite an uncoordinated way. And there is a kind of fatigue, therefore, I think, for completely assessing the communities that it's like, why are we having one conversation about this rather than having as many as we possibly as we are having? If you look at the reasons behind that, it's very often it's then driven by different government departments. So all of the stuff in the NHS 10-year plan and so on and so forth all requires stuff around policing, it all requires them to evidence that they have had conversations with communities. But whilst that is a brilliant thing, the actual practical impact on that ground is as I say, kind of feeling very often over consulted and under responded to. So it feels like there is a need to do something about that. But what that something is I will come to in a second. Second part of this then, so you move on to the next block, community participation, formal service stresses. The second part of this then is that there should also be some evidence that what is then said through these various different channels of engagement has an impact on what you do. I spent a long time, many years ago, talking about consultation, and very often there is a cynicism around consultation. People will say you're talking about something you really decided. And I'm not saying that's the case here, but if you look for the evidence of impact on what is being said in localities, and does it then affect decision making, it's quite difficult to find that evidence. And very often, and this is my kind of practical experience on the ground sometimes, when people are coming from the council to talk to locality, it's quite difficult to get them to focus on the idea of what is it they need to do, rather than what they need to tell us. And so that says something, I think, about the other part of the coin, which is what you said, how does that then affect the way in which services are designed, the way in which resources are allocated, the way in which priorities and complexities. So that's kind of the second thing to say. And I think there is something also then about the way in which Somerset Council itself is structured and its culture. Both structure and culture as to whether it is really set up to respond to the voices coming from local communities. And it feels like there is a way to go in relation to some of that. Further thing to say then is about Somerset Council working with local communities. And this section of the report is really about how does all of the work that has been done, particularly in setting up after unitarisation of the local community network structure, how has that landed almost on the ground? And I think for many communities, and this again, it's really difficult to be hard and fast about this because many communities experience this in a very different way. But there are some places where the landing of particularly this notion of greater community network has felt like something of an imposition that has cut across things that existed there before and organically, which has grown up over many years. And then if you couple that with the kind of style, the way in which originally they were set up, they borrow a lot from meetings like these, where there is a formality to it. There's sort of minutes and matters arising, and if you think about the broad scope of engagement techniques that are used across the country now, things like citizens' assemblies, the citizens' juries, the open spaces, all of that. There's a massive kind of creative and innovative ways of doing this. But these feel like community meetings. And again, if you go back to the origins, and I think the motivation for that was a very sincere one, that we wanted them to be to be taken seriously, to be part of the council. But there is sometimes an unintended consequence, which is that the way they then land in localities is seen as being slightly alien, slightly difficult to deal with. Again, this is not a consistent experience, but in some places that was the case. In some places, there were very active, kind of neighbourhood forums and lots of kind of activity already going. But these arrangements seem to catch across. In some areas, there was very little of that activity, and this has been a real moving forward and a real addition. Again, it's really difficult to legislate and to say this has been a consistent experience. So those are three things really that relate to kind of community engagement, the extent to which you listen to people. The other bit, just to know before I move on, is just to say that you created
certainly within the local community network structure, but just to be really clear again, that is not the focus, not the sole focus as before. But within that structure, you've created 18 different kind of voices, if you like. Within Connect Somerset, we've created 12. There's a part of the report which tries to kind of track all of the different ways in and all of the different. So you've got kind of 18 community networks, 12 Connect Somerset areas, all this, 10 that, but the report goes into a lot of that detail. So you've created almost like a lot of transmitters, but you only have one receiver. So the council itself is not structured to listen to these things. And so very often what we find, and certainly amongst the link workers that I know really well, almost like competition to try and get people to come. And like manage to secure the head of whatever. But the simple fact of the matter is, and again, the report kind of talks about this in some depth, really, that you're not set up to respond to the structures that you've created at a locality level. Individual officers become overwhelmed by 18 different requests to come and talk to particular places. So there is a mismatch between that structure and the way you're structured as a council. And I know that a lot of the concern that was reflected to us in the creation of the report was that the hope that these locality arrangements would go some way to mitigate the potential effects of centralisation through unitarisation. And so whilst the locality networks have been set up, there is very little that reflects back in that in terms of the structure and also indeed the health figures. So those I guess would be our main findings in relation to engagement. In terms of development, a lot of the reports and a lot of the conversations within workshops was really about some other work which I know is really ongoing, which hasn't really been our primary focus, and that's the sort of commissioning and partnering relationship with VCFSE organisations. And the only thing I think the report reflects, and you are not alone with this, I think, about stuff that's going on across the rest of the country, is this shift through austerity and through council budgets being reduced, and a kind of therefore a movement towards communities doing more for themselves and more being done through PCFSE organisations. And it's in another report, it's not in this report necessarily, but some of the work that you've done with Spark Sunset, where you kind of looked at this, I think, in some detail, and particularly these two words, substitution. In other words, those organisations becoming involved in a sense in having to provide the things that once council provided, because it can't afford to do that. But also stylistically, there's the appropriation of those services. So if I think about my own area, there is a very better phrase, there's a very kind of organic set of voluntary organisations, community organisations that have grown up over many years. They all play their part in what you might call your preventative agenda. But if you lean on that too heavily, then you will undermine its fabric, if you like. And there's a lot, it's not really been focused on it, but there's a lot of evidence to suggest that that's one of the things that's really been happening. Two other major elements of this. So there's a section called supporting communities to become more self-reliant, and lots of that has been about the devolution agenda. And again, if you look at unitary business cases, both business cases talked about devolution to towns and parishes, giving more to locality, all of those sorts of things. And there's ample evidence that has been going on. However, and this speaks to the point about the variable opinion, which exists across the area. Some people are very enthusiastic about having that and having more of that and wanting that to happen more and wanting to take more on. And other places are genuinely fearful that this is happening at a pace and scale they can't cope with, but they're not really asking for. And so there's quite a long section of the report about the need to kind of balance that desire and that need on both sides and create something which is, again, a sustainable way forward. It's vital, I think, to see, and I think what the report tries to focus on, is that rather than just almost like offloading assets onto places, that this really needs to be seen as part of
the community's own story about the things that it needs in order to be able to develop them. So it's not just a sort of a dumb thing. It's a positive use of those assets. If we think about it, what it's all come from is that sort of duty of best value. But what localities want to be able to do is to kind of take those and show that they can use those assets in a better way. That kind of needs to be part of the story around devolution. And then the other final bit, and I thought I'd just save this almost to last, is this issue of geography and boundaries. And I think what we have concluded, and this is an issue, it's not just an issue in Somerset, it's an issue everywhere in the country. As soon as you draw a line, you create a problem. It is almost impossible to get this right. And I think that the council took a decision quite early on to go with a large number. So when this, and again, this is about the community network. Very clear that this is not the only organisational, not the only geographic configuration that you have. There are lots of them, but I think there was a choice taken to try and create smaller areas that related more to organic communities and to kind of work it out in that way. I think the reality is that we see the massive policy shift which is going on, and particularly the work that's going on with the NHS, with the ICBs and this the creation of neighbourhoods, the relationship of the police to that same structure, the relationship of fire and rescue to that same structure, the creation of strategic authority, all of this creates, I think, a greater imperative for what you call co-terminosity. In other words, for those boundaries to make much more sense administratively. And so, because it is such a major part of your preventative agenda, working with the NHS, it would seem to us to make sense to move towards a geography which is more co-terminous with other administrative organisations. However, the other thing which comes out of the report is that it isn't only geography that matters, but actually themes matter. So if you were to take an issue like flooding, you may want places to cooperate with each other who are non-adjacent. So in other words, we think it is both simultaneously, and I suppose this is part of the difficulty that we sometimes have in trying to kind of assemble, sometimes feeling like they're kind of slightly divergent, but trying to create one thing out of it. So it does make sense to us that your boundaries shift to be more co-terminous with other organisations. And that you do that over time, and you do that in dialogue with those organisations who are also going through significant transformation. But also that you try and make those boundaries less restrictive. In other words, if a particular area wants to work with another area around a particular theme, so I've mentioned something like flooding, but it could be all sorts of other things. Transport might be another one. There should also be the freedom to work across those boundaries and to work with and to come up with different configurations depending on what the issue is. But crucially, if you are to mitigate, as I said earlier on, the potential centralisation that comes with unitarisation, then you need to have a picture of what is happening locally. And it would make sense, it would make more sense if within those refreshed administrative boundaries, you then have an idea about what was going on in particular places. That rather than having all sorts of different channels of communication and information, we found a way to bring all of those together so that creates a picture for Somerset Council to understand what is going on in its localities. Not only to understand it, but to understand whether that picture is getting better or getting worse. So there's a real key in the report, I think, rather than to have what we currently have, lots of development and development activity, which just feeds back into the council in very haphazard ways, to try and find a way in which your local arrangement is a channel for all of that information. So it becomes a channel of champions. And the final thing then is that I know that there are some people who would, and this was expressed to us very clearly within the consultation. So some people can say this is all pointless, so you should do away with all of this. Why have them at all? And I guess it's for two reasons. So, and I think we tried to consider that and understood, some of the passion behind that. But there are two things which I think are really important. So one is that unless you have some sense of being able to aggregate that local picture, you have almost nothing below a whole Somerset level to relate to. you have no sense of what's going on at the council. And therefore, at the moment, you know it in bits, but you don't know it in any kind of structured way. And the other thing, of course, is that there is now a new Act of Parliament, the English Devolution Community Plan, that kind of requires you to have a neighbourhood area structure. And so it does feel to us like you have to have a something. The kind of question is what? Final point to make then is really about members and place-based officers in their roles. I think there are two challenges here really. I think for many members this has been so attendance by members at particularly local community network gatherings is quite inconsistent. Some people go and some people don't go. Some people find that they've got 3 or 4 to go to, and that's actually quite a challenge for them. And I think so there was something about supporting members in their engagement with communities, because local community networks, as they're established, don't really engage community. The members of the public don't go to those meetings, and I think they're funded by the meetings if they were. So the question is, how do you support broader engagement? And the report has a lot of recommendations about how to do that. And then finally, the link, what's called the link officers at the moment, tend to fulfil a kind of sort of arranging meetings, booking speakers, that kind of thing. I think we think that if you were to set a different definition, or at least to go what is that at a neighbourhood level, those roles would need to change to become much more strategic, much more aligned to the chair, much more aligned to different forms of engagement usually around different meetings. So those are our findings. There are a series of recommendations then about what to do about that, but I feel like I've spoken too long already. I don't know if that's what the note was about, but yes, I mean, so those have been our findings, and there are a series of recommendations then, which I'm very happy to discuss and dialogue with you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wright. Well, as you say, there is a very long series of recommendations in your report. There's a slightly shorter set of recommendations in the council covering report. And I think those are the ones we today need to concentrate on. But I'm just going to ask Councillor Dr. Phillip to return to this report, our covering report and recommendations, which are on the slide there. Councillor Dr. Phillip.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I welcome the report of Citizens Network. I think a lot of what it's saying makes sense, a lot of it aligns with the council vision in terms of focus on working with communities and with prevention. So that's all fantastic. We are as a council working with partners with the NHS and others around the developing agenda on neighbourhoods and neighbourhood working, which is something which we are all enthusiastic about, and that sort of relates to Max's point about trying to deliver greater co-terminosity with the way we work with our community in a way that other partners do. Bearing in mind the Religion and Empowerment Bill, it is going to be important that we have some form of working end-to-end sort of structure of engaging with those communities. And so off the back of that, we are currently looking towards proposals to refresh, renew, evolve the LCNs so they can better meet the needs of all the communities in Somerset. And that does, of course, mean changing geography, changing membership, reference, but crucially, as far as I'm concerned, ensuring a greater level of flexibility around how those work in different communities, because not all communities in Somerset are the same, so we need to develop that level of community and indeed potentially a refreshed role for those link officers who tie everything together in an ideal world, so they can spend less time organising meetings, perhaps on more time with the genuine community engagement. The most important point probably that Max has said is when he said that we have several transmitters and one receiver. And that actually gets to the heart of what many of the challenges have been over recent years. We need to make sure that we are set up as an organisation. It's not for lack of willingness. It's to do with lack of the appropriate structure, the appropriate capacity. We do need to ensure that we as an organisation are set up to really take on board and properly react to what we hear from our community, so that we can work well together in partnership. So the recommendations that we're putting to you now are to note the findings of the community working review and recommendations of the report, consistent network, including what they need for the council and how they work with local communities. Now, I'm very keen to take this opportunity to make sure we do hear from this scrutiny committee in particular about how we best do that. We're not bringing to you a set of proposals in the sense of we've got a finalised plan that's coming to executive next week, and we'd quite like you to have a look at it, and then we're going to go away and do what we're going to do. But that is not the reason. I genuinely want to take this opportunity to ensure that your input feeds into the next step. We've said that we acknowledge that we should focus on what's already working, recognising a strength-based approach to community development. I think the term strength-based approach to community development is a relatively unique one. It's commonly an assets-based approach to community development, and I did wonder whether I could say that or not, because as soon as you say that, people think it's about buildings. It's not about buildings. That's why we've deviated from that terminology, because it's incredibly misleading. It's about looking at communities, working with communities, and rather than going back and say, right, we've got a plan, we're going to do it. It's actually understanding what that community has that can be built, that you can work with together, rather than ignoring what's already there and trying to impose a blueprint on that. The committee has asked to support a stronger approach to involving communities in decisions, and talk about how that might happen, and I hope that we're all supporting that, but I want to hear more about that. And of course, we're referencing the National Education, the English Inclusion and Community Empowerment Bill, which will require us to work level. Finally, we're asking to support for changes to the local community networks so they can better reflect local areas and needs. And I would say that would involve changes to terms of reference, changes to times, ways, methods of meeting, changes to geography, changes to composition, and we hope that that is a way forward that will find favour across the county and can be used in a way that will, as I say, be reflective of the needs of those different parts of the county. But I do not imagine us having 18 or whatever the numbers of these things all working in the same way, but that is not how our communities are. I don't think those this wonderful county is aware. So those are the proposals we have before the scrutiny. I'd love to hear any suggested amendments, and if you are going to make some suggested amendments, I'm sure we'll they come back and ask them because that's what I really want is that direction from this committee, how we can best achieve that they've done.
Thank you very much. And can I just observe then that you're not here, so to speak, as the legal council's bit more or less. You're here as the lead member who has responsibility for this area, and there is a genuine dialogue that needs now to happen. So these recommendations are not those coming down from the executive to us. They are evolving in the course of the council at the moment, in which we need to engage before anything goes further forward to the executive. So putting that one there. The second thing that I would like to observe is that this is a process, and clearly we're waiting for further guidance from the government about exactly how the devolution act is going to work. We don't yet know for sure. So that therefore means that there is a period where we are all nationally and locally here in Somerset working towards refinement of what we currently do. That period does give us the opportunity for further consultation with people out there on the ground. The thing I'm not actually seeing in these recommendations is that opportunity for consultation to happen over the next 2-3 months, probably before it comes back to us as an authority in the early autumn. And I think that probably needs to be built in there as part of the recommendation, that consultation, particularly with those LCNs and other forms of community expression at the moment, are actually asked about these suggestions, the findings of Max's report. I think that needs to be part of the discussion that should take place over the period before we come back to considering it more fully. If I may add that one at this point. Right, there are a number of members who wish to speak, in interest to see you.
Thank you, Chair. First, dealing directly with the recommendations which are before us. I've had some difficulty with for. I feel this is another of those circumstances, such as we had during the lead into GDPR, where a number of people running ahead and anticipating things might be in legislation and then nothing happened. So the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Act requires us to define the governance for neighbourhood areas. That is not the same as requires us to have locality working recognised. It can be an influence, but what's stated here is an agenda co-opting that, not what's actually in the act. So I prefer to either omit it because it's in statute law, and I don't need to repeat that, or to rephrase for to note the new duties that are brought in by the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Act without necessarily saying what they are. Because what's here is reads the act. The Lords didn't agree to some amendments. Secondly, on 5, I have difficulty with this because the broad thrust of the report, if the LCNs work in the same way that you can get a vehicle to move on one cylinder firing early, it's not really smooth. The LCNs sort of work, and there have been a few that have worked that have had some theme-based issues that have really got traction, and those have that element in that area has worked in others, as has been explained in the report. They fizzle, to say the least. So I'm not sure why I would want to put a recommendation in which perpetuates LCNs. I would rather just be silent on the topic and wait for 2 things to happen. Firstly, the council needs to actually work out how it's going to discharge its duties under the government's under the new act. And secondly, I think we need to digest rather more clearly what this report has told us about stakeholders. The whole business of engagement involves lots of different fora and lots of different stakeholder relationships, some of which are one-to-one, such as devolution, entirely contractual, up and down, one parish council to Somerset Council. Some which are about capacity. You're looking for natural connections amongst stakeholder groups and providing the seed there, but no issue. Some of them are about consultation, and some of them are about information flows. And as somebody who's done, training as a program manager, I look at this and go, well, why didn't we actually take this problem apart in the same way that, for example, the APM framework would have taken it apart? Because sometimes we're doing a project and our engagement is about that project and the mechanisms for stakeholder engagement are specific, temporary and given to us. And sometimes it's political engagement. Now we have a lot of members of council who actually do that day to day. I think 5, my problem is it perpetuates the LCN when actually 90% of that ought to be happening on temporary projects, one-offs, or meaningful capacity building in the community, which requires an LCN. And we have contractual arrangement in place in the constitution, which says that 90% of this, tell the council it's one of our axes in the constitution. How many times are officers' first reactions go to local ward members, speak to the 4 or 5 ward members in the area that they're talking about to understand how to engage? I have one or two council officers who I think are brilliant. There are several who are not. So I just think 5 I can't support because of potentialities. The LCNs may actually think we tried it. I'm unconvinced. And I think there's lots in the report which says they aren't the answer. 4, I think that even needs rephrased and removed because I don't think the statute delivered what it was promising to deliver when the work was done.
Thank you. I'm going to take some more comments from the members and then I'd like to go back to Councillor Beckford and Mr. Wise for any responses. Councillor Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I used to sit beside you, we used to disagree on LCNs, and I fundamentally understand why that is. I actually totally agree with what Councillor C has said. And I want to give you some straight examples. Firstly, I want to give credit to the new officer who is dealing with the South LCN. Lucy is putting her thumb up. He is doing within the range of what he can do a considerably better job than the previous management system. But I'm going to start off with the subject you brought up, Mr. Arnold, flooding. I have a specific, I have 3 rivers in my division, but the one I want to talk about is the River Cam. I have got parishes which at the beginning of the LCN period asked to change LCNs because my division is split between Yeovil and between the South East LCN setup. All my parishes that are concerned with the River Cam are split between Yeovil, which doesn't have the River Cam, and between, as I said, South East LCNs. And the interplay between the ones who don't go to Yeovil because they weren't allowed to change LCNs and the problem is quite interesting. I had 150 houses flooded, which was over half the houses flooded in 2023 by that one river. And I want to compliment the SRA for the work that they are doing supporting the individual parishes. Because at the end of the day, if you're going to split the county up, you need to put relevant parishes in with relevant parishes. So Yeovil does a very good job of dealing with the urban area of Yeovil, but it doesn't deal with Mudford, it doesn't deal with West Camel, it doesn't deal with Yeovil. Right, my second point is that I'm going to read what you said, and I understand what Councillor Seaver said about this. Now, the new national legislation, English Devolution and Community Empowerment Act and other national policy has requirements for more local neighbourhood level working. The government speaks with forked tongue. The government has just removed planning from, or is about to remove planning from every single parish across the country. And to argue that the major issue in most of the parishes that I visit is planning, and every one of their meetings has a section on planning, and yet they are now being removed out of the loop, means that whatever they're going forward on, the government speaks with forked tongue. My third point is the police. As Lucy knows, we have an LCN set up to actually talk to the police about the antisocial behaviour that we have across the South East LCN. I am probably the councillor who has had the biggest meeting to actually address in this room reference antisocial behaviour in 2006. I had 800 local people, residents, in a meeting because the antisocial behaviour was so bad in Castle Perry. Now, it's not that bad now, and luckily I was on the then committee that dealt with the police, and the chief constable reacted to what the problem is. We can't even get the police to come and see us. We had a situation in the past where they had a committee that used to meet, and I can't remember what it was called, somebody will tell me, every 3 months. And that committee was let drop. We now have, I understand, a sergeant and one officer in Wincanton, and that has to deal with all of the local problems across the whole of that LCN, and yet they won't come to meet us. Now, I get the working in partnership, but unless you can get the important people to come and work with the LCNs, in my opinion, we're knocking our head against a brick wall. I, at the time, 5 months ago, asked at this committee that we got rid of LCNs. And I still believe that that £1 million would be better spent outside of those areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Councillor Johnson.
Okay, so apologies, I've got quite a lot that I'd like to say about all this. So when I was in opposition before, part of the administration, I couldn't see how LCNs were going to effectively represent communities. And when I became part of the administration, I took on the role of chairing the Taunton LCN for 2 years. Many frustrations in trying to make that work. Lots of reasons for that. Lots of things were raised and passed back to the administration about the difficulties on making them effective forums. And I have to say, I read this report and I think, what have I learned that I didn't know already? I'm sorry that there's nothing I'm seeing either in the report or in the recommendations that anyone who's been working with an LCN couldn't have fed back, or anyone working in the council wouldn't have already known about the difficulties or frustrations in operating. And we've seen huge turnovers in the link officers supporting LCNs. We're going to lose Michelle from the Taunton LCN, which is a huge loss. She's worked so hard trying to connect things that were coming through from the public to officers, getting engagement and buy-in from officers proved very, very difficult. That, you know, I'm sorry, this report tells me nothing new that I didn't know already. They are not, you know, LCNs aren't the full content of this report, but they are a big part of it. And they're not working in many areas. And, you know, I like the idea of changing the name to a community forum. I haven't seen that brought forward anywhere, because if you ask the vast majority of people in Somerset what's an LCN, they haven't got a blooming clue. And that's still the case after 3 years. You know, there are so many people, if you look at the proportion of the population and knew what an LCN is, they wouldn't know. And so I'm really struggling to support any of these recommendations, because for me it's kind of, it's more of no action. It's, you know, the main issues that I experienced as chair of an LCN is that the most public were not being informed of what LCNs were doing. There was no resource in the officers to update the website. There was no resource for them to do any social media engagement, which we all know is, you know, where vast majority of people are getting their information from, or mentioning their community issues. Go to any of the local community Facebooks, that's where you get everybody raising the local issues. As a local councillor, I know all of the local issues in my area. In fact, the most productive things I've been able to do have been to get officers coming to the community to talk to residents directly on planning matter. 100 people in the room talk about planning, 100 people in the room for talking about secondary school reviews. Those are the meetings that the public have engaged with. They are not engaging with the LCNs because they are not immediate enough. They're not responsive enough. I've mentioned that a whole social communication. Yeah, immediate communication of the LCNs, what they've done, what they've achieved, what they're ongoing, there's a huge hole there in the public actually knowing about LCNs. The other huge challenge was the pathway into the council, which you've mentioned and you have addressed. That's been known all the way from anyone working with an LCN. You can achieve some minor achievements. It's not enough for communities. They want to feel that they actually have a voice into the council. There is no set pathway and none that I can see has been proposed that will change anything in terms of what communities do talk about at LCNs actually feeds through into making a difference at the council. So I'm really sorry. I'm struggling to see that this work has actually made any difference and is going to make any difference in the recommendations that have been listed, because those recommendations to me are so woolly that I can't actually feel that anything different is going to happen. I think there's a huge underestimation of what Somerset councillors are already doing with their communities and what they bring forward to try and get addressed in the council. But we are the pathway for a lot of people to get responses to things, to get things communicated through as issues. And I think there's more needs to be done in recognising that within the council and communicating with Somerset councillors about things that they want to get out to their communities. It's what I wanted to see in the report is more examples of where it's working better, where LCNs have been more successful in the country. And I thought that was part of the brief that I saw, but I haven't heard, do they work when money is put behind so that those forums actually have some power to initiate or action things? Because without money, without power, there's so little that the communities can actually make happen, because then it falls back to the council to decide whether something's going to happen or not. And it can get very lost in processes and different committees and what have you. And so what community are actually asking may not actually follow through. Trying to think if there's anything else. I agree with Peter's comments on the recommendations. There's nothing there that I can support. It just really is not enough. It's not specific. It's not going to make the changes that I would want to see to make things any different. So I think that's all I need to say. I've taken up a lot of time, but there's a lot more I would say, and I have been trying to say for many years.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. Some good points made there, John. I've got a series which I'll sort of throw in, some repeating some of what's been said. And the area I represent, there's a very vibrant community, lots of things done, often entirely independently of Somerset Council. Sometimes it has been things that have felt imposed, like closing the toilets, closing the library, and the community's been left to pick up the pieces, and has done so. But that's been the history. I do sometimes think, though, because we've got a lot of good sort of community enterprise, whatever we call it, and sometimes they are receiving support from the council. And sometimes I think they don't even realise it. It's channeled through SUP or somebody else, and I'm aware that, in fact, I think the funding originated with Somerset Council, and that often doesn't seem to, there's no real awareness of that. Our LCN area is quite good, I have to say, in terms of boundary. Our one does, I feel, make sense. But it did feel at the beginning that the LCN was imposed, and we were literally given. We tried to influence the membership, and we were just blocked on saying, who were the important players in our area. Some of them have subsequently got involved, but it didn't get off to the best start because of that. Point made about, I'll jump about a bit, but the point made about government guidance on this seems really important, and it does feel like we're a bit premature without knowing what the government's going to be saying here. So I agree with that point. A reaction to what's happened in our area, especially from some of from many of the smaller parishes with which we have, they just regard it as a talking shop. There's no connection to impact that they can see. So it has to be said, yeah, many of them, you know, do not attend because they've not seen anything worth attending when they have been there. The larger areas of the town seem to find it more beneficial, but the small parishes, it's evident less so. A point I think you just made, Dawn, about something I do feel is overlooked is we're looking for the voice of the communities. And there are voices of the communities, many important people there. But it does seem to be forgotten that I understood we were elected to be voices of the communities. That's what I believe I do. And I can't see much of that in there. And I'm saying that is one of my frustrations. You know, I'm there trying to do things and people come to me saying things that need doing and I find out how the council works. And trying to connect with officers on this sometimes works well, sometimes works badly. And I do really feel this report has not got to grips with that at all. And to an extent, I would also bring in with that, though, towns and parish councils, their voices as well. And, you know, we do work together when we can. And somehow, you know, joining all that together, it doesn't feel as though it always works that well at the moment. Okay. I think sort of finishing off and looking at the recommendations and some sort of comments. We've got this bit about designing services together, which sort of sounds good, but I wonder how and what services are we looking to design together? You know, it's one of those things that looks good, but actually, what does it mean? And I don't know. And I wonder what it will happen in practice. Something I do also see, though, is that, you know, people in groups and towns and parishes, they don't want to attend lots of meetings. They're not interested in doing that. You know, these boring meetings that we do attend, there's not a lot of people who actually want to do that. So, you know, if we're setting up more, I wonder how that will go. And then 5, it talks about more resilience, greater local autonomy, and I've, you know, some sympathy with that. I also have an awful lot of sympathy for public services, which is what councils are meant to be delivering, and you know, we're clearly going through some sort of I don't know what to call it, but you know, tension between how this works, and it's evident that we're trying to get communities to deliver more for themselves. Sometimes they're just stepping into gaps, though, that are being left behind. And I think that's how they want to do it in some cases. They don't want to be part of the council. So, you know, I'm not quite sure where that leads to, but this more resilience, greater autonomy versus public services being well managed, well run, there's a real tension there, which I think you know needs more consideration. But that's probably enough. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mansell. Councillor Spending.
Okay, so publicly speaking, as the leader of Bridgewater Town Council, I would mention that Bridgewater withdrew from the LCN network over a year ago. That's not referred to in any of this at all. We did that because of the clear duplication of work, the interference in local projects, and the fact that it generally ignores the prominence of towns and parishes in all this. They're superseded by an extra layer, which I think is not relevant to what was intended since Unitary came in with a larger council, very remote to us. With that in mind, the first 4 points in these recommendations are, as you say, quite woolly, and you probably all agree with them. They don't tell you to do anything particular. Point 5, I believe, should be removed entirely and reflected by abolish LCNs and find our best way to replace them working directly with towns and parishes.
We move to the left. At least physically.
Right. Before I make my comment, a lot of it been made, very well made. I just want to check a couple of points, particularly for the public record. Max, I think it says on your card, citizen network with HNS. And it says is that right? And it says in the paper, citizens, an S. without an apostrophe. And I looked up citizen. So what I want to understand is what is the body that has done this research? Will everybody be paid? And is it linked to Citizen Network, which campaigns for local democracy globally? Because I note that I looked you up on LinkedIn. I also picked up on LinkedIn, and it says you're interim chief executive of the Leadership Centre for Local Government. I probably should have said this before asking a question. It's a really good report. I think it's a thoroughly good piece of research, even though I don't agree with the conclusion, which I'll come to. But it would just, I'd like to be clear on the public record, just where these recommendations are coming from.
Yes. Next, the organisation is Citizen Network, and it is that was commissioned to write the report. And in this instance, I am working with Citizen Network alongside Dr. Jason Lee and Dr. Amy Burnett and Paul White. I do.
So it's Citizen Network.
Yeah, I do numerous things.
Yeah, no, I understand what the problem is. So it doesn't have an S, so the report's wrong. But is it a Citizen Network for a world where everyone matters? It's a campaigning organisation. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes, but it's also a research organisation as well to support that mission. Yes, that's right.
Thanks. I hadn't heard of it before. I looked it up during the meeting. I don't disagree with actually the things it's going for, but I just thought we ought to understand where the recommendation is coming from. Well, a lot of people in the room will know that I thought for a long time, practically from the beginning, that LCNs were a great idea. We started with the district councils. So to say there's almost nothing below Sunset Council is kind of odd there, if there was. And we took a conscious decision, which I agree with, move to Unity Council. I mean, the LCN, I've got an interest in LCN because it's for all levels and levels. So you'd expect it to do this flooding, but it has done twice. And all it did was repeat the issues that I deal with 4 times a year, sharing Sunset Rivers Authority. Striking thing about it is quite a big local community network. Term LCN, nobody recognises it in those about it. But it's got, from memory, 33 parishes, 17 elected councillors. Of those 17, 5 or 6 attended regularly, one of which was me. And about 18 months ago, having spent too many meetings listening to issues that they'd already dealt with, the parish had already dealt with the SRA meetings, I just stopped attending. If most of the councils not told me to attend, all I have to do is attend to them, accept brickbats, which I've already accepted in other places. It's just a complete waste of time. Now, and flooding is interesting. The Rivers Authority, we meet 4 times a year, and we meet in 4 different places: Cheltenham, Alec, Yeovil, Bridgewater, and Taunton. And what's interesting is that the public questions each time come from those localities about their flooding issues in their locality. So I think, Max, your point that themes can be better than geography is right. And I think we've got a lot of themed organisations and an increasing number of communities of interest, if you like, which are a better way to deal with the things that people are concerned about. So I'm loath to oppose that line. I certainly can't agree with recommendation 5. I'm loath to propose we should abolish our LCNs because I know that some of them work very well, particularly the ones that were the pilot ones that started before the Unity Council was formed. But changes to the Unity networks, changing their name, that's not going to be enough. We need to do something much more substantial. And it needs to be something like close down those that are not effective and concentrate on all the communities of interest and parishes particularly. We have 200 odd parishes, some of them and town councils, some of them very large, well funded. One of the things we've changed within the Rivers Authority is to introduce 18 months ago the Community Flood Action Fund, which is primarily designed for parishes to be able to apply for £20,000 grants to fix flood issues. And it's really striking how well those kinds of issues, whether it comes from where it goes, wants to obviously go where it ought to go and makes it go wrong places. Feels understood by local people at parish level, not at the multiple parish level, which is what the meeting is about. So I'm very close to wanting to propose that section of the recommendations from I should say close down local community networks, but I'm just hold back from that happening. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Trimble.
Thank you. So, I have a couple of questions and I have some general points. I still think that low parish engagements is partly due to parish councils feeling that they exist to perform different functions to the functions of the LCN, or certainly the content of the LCNs. I've gone to a couple of the LCNs, I can't always make them. When I do, I don't see any of my parish councils, and it's lovely to meet new people and different people, but mine, when I speak to them about it, they are not interested. As with one of the pilots, interestingly, we piloted health and wellbeing, and it was very interesting at the start. My feeling is that parish councils, but the councillors who are elected to them, feel that they're there to make decisions on defibrillators, which is health and wellbeing, or the SIDS, speed indicator devices, whether they should take on the brass cutting, things like that, and not necessarily a wider role in health and well-being, in provision for things that will enable that. And the issue that I think that many of them have is that they do a lot of things organically of their own. And I think you kind of said this actually in your report, that there's a lot of work that they do. You have parish councillors who do go and check on people in the village to see how they are, if it's been cold or whatever. And suddenly it feels as though we're going to put that as an expectation onto them, that we're going to formalise things that people have been doing naturally in their communities for hundreds of years. And I think that that's a real problem, and that's why a lot of them don't feel that what they thought an LCN would do when they were told the fire, the fire authority would be in attendance, that the police would be in attendance, and now actually what they're finding is it's them and somebody doing the presentation on the benefit, on loneliness and things which they know, they instinctively know that, and they've been dealing with these things for a great deal of time. I'm not trying to be mean or.
What's the same thing about any of that?
No. But overall, what I'm saying about LCNs, these are some of the reasons why people aren't enjoying it. And health is mentioned an awful lot in there in terms of, I'm not going to start baking all the way while I try and find things, but there is that theme throughout. I noticed that there was a neighbourhood working group, an officers' neighbourhood working group, and I wondered who was on it, how many were on it, and how often they met. So that, I suppose, was my question. I appreciate that for some people LCNs have really worked, and this really is what we've turned this into, is a discussion about LCNs, and I know that it's meant to be about a wider issue, but this is LCNs are the vessel through which a lot of this community engagement takes place. And I don't know where we go from it, but it doesn't feel as though people are, it doesn't feel as though councillors are particularly in favour of them.
Right, I've got a couple of questions online, and then we'll go back, if I may, to Theo and Max. So I've got one or two things to throw into the mix as well. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say I have found trying to follow the meeting through the chat or the live transcription really quite amusing. It does correct itself eventually, but some of the things it has said have been really quite fascinating and unrelated to anything that appeared to be being said in the room. The owl isn't satisfactory, but we're doing the best we can, and I do appreciate that people have issues that they need to deal with in terms of making the room systems work. Now, on the subject at hand, yes, it's much bigger than LCNs, and the key, I think, the very key things that we need to think about is the points made in the report about several transmitters and one receiver. You don't solve that problem by deciding you're going to do things about the transmitters. You solve that problem by deciding what you're going to do about receiving. And it feels for many of us in the outer reaches of the county that there are sometimes noise cancelling headphones on at the centre, and it doesn't matter whether we're local members or whether we're working in the voluntary sector or whether we're working in an LCN. So actually, the problem that needs resolving is what happens inside the council before we start working up on what is transmitting to us. And that includes, of course, LCNs. There's something about babies and bathwaters. In some areas, they are seen as filling the, and I will use this word, I think it's really important, the democratic deficit that exists between a very big unitary authority and the people. There is a level there. Parish councils are not negligible. Some of them do not have the money to do things. Some of them are very big and do. I absolutely understand perhaps why somewhere like Bridgewater doesn't feel it needs an LCN, because it's got a town council that covers its area. Absolutely. But for areas, sparsely populated areas, it is absolutely a place where, certainly in our area, where parish councils prioritise the LCN, and it is not for lack of other evening meetings to go to, given that there are 23 parishes in the county division and 23 parishes in the LCN. It's not for lack of other meetings that these meetings are prioritised both by members and by parish councils. What I didn't feel I'd heard in the report is where the LCN system has been an enormous success in some places, certainly for us, where, and this comes back to the council receiving. Those officers who have embraced the idea of working with local communities here have made a fundamental difference to how things happen and how things work in this area. And this is particularly so around highways. It has made an enormous difference that we have had the LCN and engagement of officers in it. So again, it's about receiving rather than how things are received and worked on rather than what is transmitted. And the idea that of course things need to change, of course things need to be different. As Theo said, things are different in different parts of the county. Of course we always have to look at things and see how they should be changed. Of course areas and communities of interest may change and we have to respond to that, but the idea that by setting an LCN boundary you can't allow somebody to talk across it, or that you can't combine the things that need to be combined, it again seems to me throwing the baby out of the bathwater, assuming they don't work, as opposed to thinking about how to make them work best. If they're in an area of not engagement, then look at why there's not engagement, rather than saying, oh, well, they're useless, which is the, I know that is not the words that have been used, but that's the sort of tenor of some of the feeling that has been expressed. Just the most important thing that I want to say, and cuts across every recommendation in how we are engaged with communities, is how is the council going to work out how to receive the information that is given to it, and which people are trying really hard to make sure they hear. And I think I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Nicholson. And the final speaker that we have is Councillor Kay.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I've had some technical issues, which I hope are solved. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Okay, thank you. At the risk of Max rolling his eyes, I'm going to talk about my experience when I was an officer in Wiltshire, because I think it is relevant. When we went unitary, we already had partnerships based on geographies, certain geographies, usually physical geographies, which we were considered to be, this is we being Wiltshire, sort of a very good way of working with communities, and the Roundtree Trust and various others used to come and study what we were doing. And each of those partnerships involved the community sector. The police were regularly attending, the NHS regularly attended, school heads regularly attended, and they all had what is similar to what is being proposed in this report here, a community picture. So a lot of the community picture was based on, because the boundaries were based on the index of multiple deprivation, small area statistics, we were able to get quite good quality data to build a community picture of what was already going on. So I think that if we do look at boundaries, that is something to take into account, the statistics. So we've got that data. And then from that, community plans were then developed, which had actions based on themes like, environment, housing, whatever, different categories. And each community, and there were about 18 in Wiltshire as well, had a community plan which had up to 20 or 30 actions in it. Now, the role of the link officer then was to work with officers and to put a name, an action against those, a name against those actions, so that officers were aware that they were supposed to be doing things for those communities. Now, this will involve, if we did this in Somerset, it would involve a culture change with the officers being responsive to the LCNs and that community picture or community plan or action plan or whatever you want to call it. And it would mean that the officers would it would build in some accountability, and that seems to be one of the things that a lot of people are saying here is that we might have these ideas, we might want things, we might put them to officers, and we're not getting anything back. There needs to be, if we're going to do this properly, there does need to be a culture change in the council, and officers need to know that yearly. I was the equivalent of a link officer, and I had an Excel spreadsheet, and yearly I would go back to officers and say, have you done this? Have you done that? Have you done the other? And sometimes they'd come back and say, no, we've got no money, or no, we just can't put it in our service plans right now. But we had an honest answer, and they were aware of the ambitions of that local community partnership. Just going on to what you were saying about somebody was saying about the government is I think Theo mentioned it, and another councillor. I struggled to hear in the room what people were saying because the owl is not picking up everything. But someone was saying the government is going to come out with this way, basically some guidance that they're going to give us. And I do think that we shouldn't rush to enact on any of these recommendations until we've seen that what they're going to say. Going back to my experience in Wiltshire, when we went unitary, we felt that those partnerships needed to actually have more teeth. And we had the same kind of feedback in Wiltshire, where some partnerships worked really well and some not so well. So we had area committees, and they were actually committees. Now, when we set up this in Somerset, we looked at Cornwall and we looked at I can't remember if it was Bedfordshire or Buckinghamshire or somewhere else. And we looked at various other places to decide whether we wanted to keep it partnerships or whether we wanted to actually make these LCNs committees of the council. This is not something that's been looked at in this report, and perhaps that's because that's not the brief that the report writers, that Citizen Space was given. But I just think that if the government is going to say something like that, that's another reason why we should hold fire, because what we might need to have to look at is how we transmute the current LCN arrangement into something where it is a committee of the council that has teeth and that might even have a budget. In Cornwall, the equivalent of LCNs, they have a small budget as well, which we don't have. So, I would definitely say, I think there's a lot of good stuff in this report, but I would definitely say hold fire on making any really concrete recommendations to push through to executive until we know what government is going to say. And then we've got to see if we can sort of fit what we've got and the best of what we've got and with what the government is asking us to do. Okay, thanks very much.
Yeah, that was very helpful indeed, both from your own personal experience and your observation of the wider current scene. We do have a late entrant in the speaker front, and it's Councillor Officer Hall. Sorry, nearly demoted you there. Chris.
Thank you very much, Chair, and apologies for not being in the room with you today. But I just wanted to express that I think the report today is reflective of what was asked of us. So we did say at the very beginning when LCNs were implemented that we would review their effectiveness, and we've rightly expanded this to include wider community engagement. I think throughout the creation of this report and the various conversations with stakeholders and those directly involved with the LCNs, we're very aware of the emotive nature of community engagement, the strong feelings both in support and in challenge of the LCN process. But this has to be about more than just LCNs. We rightly sought external support for this review to ensure it was a fair assessment, and today's report is a culmination of that work. Of course, we fully accept the right of councillors to disagree with the recommendations and to scrutinise them. That is your role. However, I believe the team have undertaken the brief based upon what we know today. So we've heard already about government changes, but we're not clear on the implications of those changes for Somerset. And then finally, if I may, Chair, just there was a mention of a budget earlier, and I just wanted to clarify that while Somerset Council's contribution and funding of this is not insignificant, it actually stands at around £600,000 rather than the 1 million that was quoted earlier. Thank you, Chair.
Chris, we've just lost those last comments. I don't know if you can repeat them again.
That was just in regards to the budget that was mentioned earlier, I believe. So potentially that's where you lost me. So I wanted to clarify that Somerset Council's contribution financially to the operation of LCNs is around £600,000 per year rather than 1 million, which I think was a figure that was used earlier in the meeting.
Thank you very much. Councillor Johnson is very anxious to come back, and I will allow her to, acknowledging the fact she's going to have to cut herself very short later on this afternoon in compensation.
I've been challenging on the LCNs, and I know this was supposed to be a wider brief. I have real problems with the recommendations because I'm not seeing how they are addressing any of the issues that have been raised for a long time now. So I'm really struggling to support recommendations that tell me nothing, that are so woolly. There's no detail, there's no examples of where LCNs could work better, how they work better, what needs to be done. There's no detail on how they're going to evolve, what they're going to actually do. It just feels like we waited for this review for a year to be able to raise the whole challenges we were facing. And we've given that time to get to a situation to actually learn very little that we didn't know already, and to hear recommendations that are actually not going to affect any change directly. And I really struggle to support it.
Right, I'm now going to move on to Councillor Councillor Philip and Mr. White, if I may. I'm just going to draw the debate to a conclusion now. Here.
Thank you very much, Chair. Obviously a lot of comments have been made. In response to, I'm sure Max will come in, and I also have other colleagues behind me who are, I would welcome contribution from the PDFA, which to Sarah Sturt, the Service Director, Ed Hallard, the IT Manager, and Chris Phillips, the Head of Strategic Partnerships. So all still sitting behind me as everyone else. So let's have round. I think it's really important that we don't lose sight of the fact that it isn't just policy, and we can keep sort of happening side of that. And to my mind, dealing with LCNs initially, they are a tool for community engagement. It works well in some places, not others. They're that simple. They should not be the be all and all and end all of our community development work. I think in some places, if we got rid of them, no one would notice. In some places, they would be greatly missed. And as I said at the very beginning, I'm very keen that we don't look at a one-size-fits-all answer for the whole of Somerset. There is not a one-size-fits-all answer for the whole of Somerset. But what we must do is ensure that we do address very real issues that have been touched on. The multiple transmitter once email issue is a really important one, which I'd like to hear from this committee about the best ways that we can change the role of this committee. In my view, is to tell us where we're falling short and tell us what you think we need to do about it. So I think that's one thing I'd like to hear about. I would like to just take the view of the committee on the sort of strength-based approach to community development, because I think that's that's an important part of where we ought to be going. And final point, I'm just trying to find the my screen's just frozen. Yes. And it's the point that was been touched upon about involving communities and decisions that affect them and co-designing services. I think that's something that we should be very strongly shouting about. In terms of addressing, and I know there are other colleagues who are more thoroughly briefed on this, but looking at the English weekly handout, in some sense, we are we are waiting for that guidance from the government to come through, which does somewhat stymied what we might want to do, because it would be very helpful to have that. And as ever, we are waiting for that. But looking at going back to the community networks altogether, it's entirely possible there could be changes to them. It's entirely possible by life that some areas they might not meet all the boundaries. Certainly aren't fixed and ought to change to make them more appropriate if they are to continue in whichever areas they continue. And I think the whole way they were ought to change. I mean, to some extent, it's an argument about whether you would be keeping them or reconstituting something else different or on a different footprint. But I'm in your hands for the recommendations. The reason why these recommendations are for fixed because I want to hear what this committee thinks before we turn them into solid recommendations. I hear a lot about how stuff comes to scrutiny committees before, without any chance to influence it. And I've heard a lot today about how the recommendations aren't specific enough to be able to give any feedback on it. I'm not sure how I navigate that path, but I'll do it for next. I don't know if Matt or any other colleagues have anything to add at this stage.
Just go ahead.
I feel that this is a totally very unfortunate debate about LCN, so LCNs only, and that was never our intention. And we kind of set that out, and I kind of tried to do that at the beginning. I am not defending local community networks in their current guidelines. In fact, the report is incredibly critical also, and actually says that they really should be continued in the way in which they are configured. So when you talk about the recommendations, I'm not sure when you're talking about the 5 recommendations or the recommendations in our report. The recommendations in our report are really quite specific about the things that you really shouldn't continue to do. And I think part of the problem that's going on here is that it's almost like you expect an awful lot of these bodies. They cannot change the culture of the council, right? They cannot deal with all of the kind of difficulties that exist in relation to boundary issues and all of those sorts of things. As I said, really, they rely, you create a problem. There's a whole bunch of stuff that we're saying they're probably not configured in the right way, and you need to rethink them. If we were to take them out for a second, not even talk about them, I still think you need a number of different things. And this, I say this from the citizen network point of view. I mean, you talk about other parts of the country who've done this well. I think all of these parts of the country have done this well, and there are lots of in the background report. There are lots of examples of good practice. Particularly kind of Sheffield and Cornwall and various other places where I think they've got this kind of where they've got this right in a better way. So if you were to take them out of the equation, I still think you need a way of aggregating all of the different feedback that you get, because you get lots of different forms of feedback, into a place in a geography that kind of says, here's what's going on in Exeter, here's what's going on in Vale of Fruit, whatever it is. So you do need that. And the part of the failing, I think, of the current arrangement is they don't do that. They don't have that remit. They've always become another channel alongside all sorts of other challenges for the council.
that is what our report clearly says you need to do. These need to be a place where all that comes together and you say, here is the thing. And far from Councillor Kay, me rolling her my eyes, I'm actually really massively nodding in agreement with what she was saying, because I think that was the original idea, is that all of that information would come together, create a picture for an area, and then you would then say, okay, so what do we do with that picture? Feed that into the council, so the council then has a different form of accountability, not upwards towards Whitehall, but outwards towards communities to kind of say, here's the picture that we're trying to change and try. And our report clearly says that is exactly what you should be doing. So I think it's really unfortunate that this sort of polarizes around the LCN's good or not. We're saying they're not good, but I think it's something about recognizing why and what's the problem you need to solve. Even if you were to abolish them, you would need to solve those issues and solve those problems. And so I think I think there is a misunderstanding, but I have to say, I'm not here to defend them. I'm here to say, well, what's the function that you need? How should this be organised? And that's what the recommendations in our report try and do. And I think what the 5 recommendations try to do is to say, yes, let's continue with that work, right? But you know, it's a kind of shame. I think if you really more deeply, it's trying to say some kind of helpful things really about how to do this and how to do this well. In relation to the Devolution and Empowerment Act, so I have been involved in some of those conversations at Marsham Street. It's ironic that your locality arrangements will be assented to by MHCLG. It's kind of odd, really, but it kind of says something about where locus of control is in relation to government. They will, I think, mandate some kind of neighbourhood area committee. I get the point about governance. I don't think they're likely to say that functions should be devolved to those committees, but I think they will try and make it clearer what decision-making powers rest with local councillors. And those local councillors will then take those decisions advised by whatever neighbourhood you've got. But I think it is unlikely that they will say you need to devolve this to those local area committees. Because if you were to do that in some way, then it would suddenly become part of the whole kind of governance arrangement. And I don't think that's the way that the Act is going to go. So even though I think it's probably right to wait for the detail of that, I don't think it's going to say anything which is massively contrary to the direction that I think you've set out the way that you want to go today.
Thank you. Resignation.
Thank you very much, Chair. As you might imagine, I've spent quite a bit of the last few years talking and thinking about LCNs and more recently about the NHS 10-year plan for neighbourhood working and through the Somerset conversations too. So I'm kind of left with some really, they might sound rather basic questions, but I'll try them if I may on your committee, Chair. So might government be guiding us to a different way of working, and might that be called neighbourhood working? That's what I'm hearing. Does that tie in with the NHS 10-year plan? That is what I'm hearing. Do we have some structure already at Somerset Council that could evolve into neighbourhood working? I believe we have. Do we have alternative boundaries in Somerset that we could perhaps call on? I think we do. Would what we already have in place be universally warned? In that case, Chair, I think there is a possibility here of a very obvious future plan that could be for the benefit of Somerset and most importantly for Somerset's people. We are, after all, the provider of social care. Government has health and social care together. It feels to me as if we need our social care to be working much more closely with health. If that is the NHS's intention of neighbourhood working, then I just see a possibility for us over the next, it's not months, it's years, of actually evolving into a way of working that will work better for health and social care.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to cut the discussion short. I haven't been offended you really on it there for it's about an hour and a half. However, I am conscious of the fact that this is the start of the process, not the beginning of the conclusion of it. there is a long way to go with this. We'll have plenty of opportunity for engaging with it over the course of the next few months. I did want to, however, refer to one or two of the points that have been touched upon this morning. The first is this business about transmitters and receivers, because the way in which we as a council deal with communities, I think, is at the core of this. It is not, therefore, about the structures lower down. It's how we are then prepared to listen to what comes back to us. And I refer to the Constitution, which I'm sure you all have as your bedtime reading. For the purposes of the Constitution, the local community networks will be classed as area rules. There is importance to that. Part of their function is to make recommendations to Somerset Council and other parties on funding local projects. So how often do we allow that to actually figure? Make recommendations to Somerset Council and partners on key local issues. How often does that be encouraged and supported? Any key decision or policy proposal of the council that has or is likely to have a significant impact in the local area will be discussed with the local community network. Have we done it? And then 6.3, Somerset Council directors will provide an oversight role for the local community networks, ensuring that officers in their directorates attend and engage with the LCNs as and when appropriate. So I would say that I think part of the reason why the LCNs in their current form have not worked as well as they should have is that we have not put the mechanisms and support structures in place to make sure that they are allowed to. So putting that on there, one of the things Mrs. Nicholson referred to it, and Councillor Hobhouse and I and Councillor Johnson and I had healthy debates and years. We may live in a fool's paradise, but the Exmoor LCN, most parishes, towns and parishes in our area engage with very strongly. They regard it as a priority to be attending that, and it is a way in which they both feel that they can influence as well as engage with each other, because it's not just about the council engaging with those communities, it's how the communities engage with each other too. And it is almost certainly the case that there is not a one-size-fits-all solution for Somerset, and perhaps what we are guilty of is having tried to create one in the first place. Councillor Smedley rightly says that it's pretty much redundant to have an LCN in Bridgewater, and I can see that, and I suspect the same is true in Yeovil and anywhere with a big town where functions and services can be very much concentrated in that one council. However, recognising the fact that district councils having gone, and therefore we've lost, I don't know, 250 elements of representation across Somerset since 2022, council parishes do have a very significant role as the base representational building blocks, and making sure that we have addressed how they work together well and how they can then engage with the council well is a really important part of what we're, I think, trying to achieve with LCNs. It might not have worked, but nevertheless, it still has to be dealt with. It still has to be addressed. And we have to recognise the fact that whilst the overall return or Bridgewater may be self-sufficient, or Cumbo and with equal Portridge are tiny and cannot stand alone. And so there needs to be something different in those sorts of areas that will help them function better and relate to the council better. So, having said that, I hear entirely what is being said about recommendation 5. Clearly, the supposition, the presupposition that LCNs are a baked-in part of the process here, of the future, is something that you find it difficult to accept from your experiences. As I say, my experience is very different to that, and I think on the whole, the experience in the western part of Somerset is different to that. So I wonder if we could hit on a wording that might be a little more general that would be something like the five, consider the future of LCNs and how community engagement can best be structured and supported throughout the county. So that doesn't take any decision one way or the other about the future of LCNs or their appropriateness in some places and not in others, what they're called or whatever. But the important thing is that we have to decide how we have to take a view and consult on, because it shouldn't just be our decision, it should be what the communities think as well should be best for them in their particular circumstances about how it can work in the reverse direction. So I'm quite happy that we have a more general recommendation of five, but we do need to have something there. And I don't think it can be as broad as saying abolish the LCNs. That is not going to work. Peter.
Chairman, I've heard what you've said, and I would suggest that there might not be a Sunset Council structure called an LCN. It doesn't need to actually be belonging to Sunset Council to be an LCN. To be called an LCN. There are joint committees, there are parish groupings, all sorts of things you could achieve governance at that structure level. I also hear, having visited your part of the world recently, I understand why it's been really useful there, and that it is a positive experience for yourself and for others. So what I would suggest in formal wording that says something like something along the lines of consider whether LCN should be retained county-wide and whether reforms are required. Because I think it's quite clear to me, from my experience with LCNs, it just clashed with the other forms of governance and was badly supported. And Councillor Stanton has expressed a very similar experience to myself. I think the parent is dead and needs to be buried.
Well, as I say, referring to the Constitution, we haven't done a great deal in terms of keeping it alive, which we should have done. So I've got Councillor Smedley. Well, I'm going to go up the road. Brian.
I think there's like a consensus of a 0.5 coming here, isn't there? If you say to consider the replacement of LCN for a more appropriate form of working with towns and parishes, as appropriate to that area, I won't want to stop the successful West Somerset LCN, but I won't want to have to have LCN. No, I think it's to consider the replacement of LCNs in line with the reports and recommendations, considerations above, you know, as appropriate to towns and parishes in the locales.
Chair, may I make a point?
Yes.
So our report clearly says stop calling the word community network.
Yeah.
So reinvent them. We talk about the use of the word community forum, but we also say, and I suppose this speaks to Councillor Steve's point, that the precise form of what that means in the local area should be determined locally. Yeah, so we're saying that, you know, if you want them to have something that looks like a local community network in wherever, then you can have that. But if you then want to create a different form of arrangement within a given geography, you can do that as well. So that's I think what we're trying to say, that how this lands locally is entirely up to you. Yeah. What formation you create locally. So you have to create a formation. I think that's what we're saying. Because otherwise, I think you will not be compliant with the act. And all sorts of things. But the precise form of that local arrangement should be determined locally.
Thank you. Councillor Holthouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Absolutely nobody has talked about the fact that the parish and town clerks are being briefed once a month on policy direct from this council. And there have been correspondence about that because councillors around this table have not actually been informed about what the briefing contained. And then they get bounced at the next parish council meeting. And we already have a system which is engaging the parish and town councils, I believe. And Mr. Chairman, I wish to propose that we accept 1 to 4 and turn down number 5.
I understand exactly that, Councillor Hobbass, and I think I've acknowledged the fact that 5 is in its current form unlikely to go through this committee. I'm just trying to come up with an alternative form of wording that allows further developments to continue, because clearly it needs to. But thank you very much. Councillor Stanton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're particularly around an issue that most of us know what the right answer is to. I mean, the wording of beginning 5 it doesn't quite match what Max is recommending when he speaks, because what it really needs to say, and I think you start just saying the same thing, that we support neighbourhood level working and neighbourhood organisations in whatever form the government eventually requires us to have, and that's a good thing. Not sure whether there should be committees of the council, as Councillor Hayden is proposing. That's a lot of extra work and cost, so we need to compare that. I want to make a specific proposal, which is that we should recommend to the executive that the elected Somerset councillors on each local community network should vote as to whether they wish to continue with their local community network or not. And then Exmoor can keep what it's got, and people who don't want it can not have them. So I don't know whether I have a second for that, because it's not possible.
Right, thank you. Thank you again. Just at this stage, we're not quite making recommendations to the executive. It's all part of the process that's continuing to be ongoing. I don't even know when is it likely to come back to the executive. Yeah.
Beginning of September. The beginning of September.
Yeah. So
Recommendations like to be then.
it is in order for the discussion to take place more generally with the community, other elements of the council, ourselves. It's really to initiate the process. It's not sending a series of finally defined recommendations to a body. It is to say these are the basics on which we want to continue the discussion, I think. Seems I'm getting a lot of my records. Okay, Mike, well, that's an important one that we'll just bank for a moment if we may. Dawn, you will say.
Yeah, I would like to make a recommendation, and I apologise if I've missed the bit about the other areas in the country in the report and where they're working well. I absolutely agreed with your point about creating community forums as opposed to LCNs. And my recommendation would be that we seek to set up community forums as an alternative mechanism to engaging with our communities. That would then leave community forums to decide what best design would work for those communities, what they would want to happen to represent them. And then we would need the pathway to be set up within that as to how that fed back into the councils. That is the big failing that we are doing in terms of gathering our communities together, but not actually having any pathway for what they recommend or what they are seeking to happen at the council. And that's what I would want to address within the setting up of community forums. So that would be my recommendation to suggest that we consider setting up community forums to replace LCNs, and that we discuss with Somerset councillors and with parish councils what they would seek or desire from a community forum. So I've got a second to that.
Well, if we wait until the could have seconded that, and we want to speak, and I don't want to debate that point, because I think we're premature here. The Secretary of State is going to take charge of some of this. I will say so, but has.
I hate to say it, ladies and gentlemen, I still come back to my earlier point, and Peter and I, you can probably get a fact feedback between the number you have in our intent here. I think what we're both saying is that we need to allow a consideration of the LCNs or community forums or whatever you're going to call them, and how the community can best be engaged by the county, by the council, and how we can best as a council be engaged by those communities and those forms of or however you express it. And I think that's the essence of what, generally speaking, I think we feel the file should be. So rather less specific than this is currently drafted, it's something that allows for bespoke solution to how community engagement can be handled throughout the county. I think that's really where we're both getting to, Peter, isn't it?
It is, Chair. It's just I don't think we actually need to find it because the point is made in the report. And we're noting the report and endorsing the report. And I think we've now debated this and put on record many points about this, which are actually in the research already. And they are a fundamental piece of advice that's going to the executive as it is. And I don't think, and I also think, we've informed it a little more with debate, but we do not need to put down a form of words for this because it will be for others later. And most specifically, Secretary of State can reserve the powers to define neighbourhood areas which might be defined in a way which breaks any assumptions we might make. It's also indicated that the principle that they want to follow is a neighbourhood area service relevancy. In other words, it's an electoral tool which marks performance and blocks for citizens that live in an area. That's not been part of this debate. We need to let this bake a little bit to find out where the Secretary of State is taking it in statute before we can do any changes that are permanent and meaningful. In the meanwhile, we can do with our own comments, which is how do we consult? And we don't need to perpetuate a machine for that. I would support perpetuating the machine in the case of it being supported by its local members, which is why I spoke in favour, why I indicated vision.
Okay, right, that's really helpful, Councillor Singh, thank you. Lucy?
So I didn't know whether Councillor Stanton was proposing that we would decide whether they continued in our areas, because I think that would be quite important for the parish councillors as well. So I might have misunderstood you. I wouldn't want to be responsible for saying let's get rid of it when there are people who attend regularly. I think you mentioned our LCN link officer. He's hugely valued by all of our parishes, including the ones who don't attend LCNs. And so for the sake of keeping that correspondence going, I think there is value, but the method needs to be changed. I agree with Councillor Seed that since the government are going to be coming up with their idea of neighbourhood working, probably do we need to be making a decision or recommending anything on how we proceed with these at the moment? Do we keep what we have at the moment where it's working for you? That's amazing. Where it's not working for us, it just carries on as it is, and we make a change once we know what we're playing with.
Okay, I think actually we're coalescing around basically saying we can support recommendations 1 to 4. We would ask that recommendation 5 be taken off the table, not least because we believe that so much of it is embodied. What you might suggest as an alternative is already part of recommendation. Martin. That's another.
Thanks, Chair. I think somehow that's the only bit that talks about mechanisms for how we do this. And I don't think we should write it out completely. But maybe we should have something for that. I think we need to discuss the mechanisms. We're not comfortable with mechanisms we have, and we need to progress that. But I think we need something there. Otherwise, there's no reference in 1 to 4 about how we do this.
Except, I think that it is very much covered in the citizens network report.
Then we need to say that.
Well, and I think we have noted and commented on the findings, and including what they mean for the council, for how the council works with local communities. So I mean that is in the plan. As it is, I think. Yes.
It's rather good mental there, sorry. I'm really struggling to understand exactly where this goes from here. When we make these recommendations, who are they going back to? Who's doing the work? Who is actually involved in what then transpires beyond this meeting? And I would just seek some clarity on that. Thank you.
Sarah.
Running down the line. Sarah Dinchipin. The next stages, I mean, the intention really of this report was to lay out what we think we can do now going forward on the basis of the reports from the Citizen Network. And purposefully, the recommendations 1 to 4 are, look, these are big organisational and cultural changes that are required in order that the receiver can hear the transmitters. And I think that's a really nice analogy that's been discussed today. That's been very clear all the way through this work. And a real desire that we align with the ambitions of the Social Care Act, of the NHS 10-year health plan, and various other government directives to look at neighbourhood working. Now, what's not helpful if they're not joined up at a government level, but we can join them up at a local level, and through the work with Somerset Board, there's absolutely a desire to do that. And the benefits of us being greater than the sum of all parts at a neighbourhood level for residents is very significant. So, as you've rightly identified, LCNs are a mechanism by which we can support and engage that. The link officer function is recommended by Citizen Network to review in order that can become a more strategic role with a greater reach in and out of Somerset Council. And I think we've heard those reflections today about the importance of that link officer role in a neighbourhood context. So over the course of the next few months, the ambition is that in line, we expect to get the guidance from government before the summer recess, which I think is the 17th of July. So at some point between now and then, we hope we will get that with obviously much wider government guidance around assets of community value and various other things we've got for us to take into account. And so we are looking, we've postponed all of the next reporting stages, if you like, until September, in order that we can line up with that guidance from government around the Devolution Act. We can look at doing that piece of work in the internal. I think there was a question earlier about the membership of the officers working group for neighbourhoods. So I'll hand over to Sarah shortly to answer that. But there's ongoing work there running as a kind of twin track, if you like, to this, and that neighbourhood working work informs what we do as mechanisms and how we support communities. And then the ambition is to come back in September with a more fully formed idea of how we work in communities, both with city, towns and parishes, but importantly, picking up on the Citizen Network recommendation that we're not paying enough attention to the voluntary and community sector and what they're already doing and building on that. So we're sometimes at risk of kind of appropriating some of the work that is happening in communities. But I'll let Sarah just answer that.
Can I just check then, Kate? Sorry, just to interrupt. So when you come back in September, will you be coming forward with recommendations as to what something that will be going to executive to be decided on, or will it just be another review?
So we are, any changes to LCNs need to be made in the Constitution. So we're proposing that this round of AGMs run as usual. They're happening, they start next week in June and July. And then in September, we will take any changes to LCNs, those recommendations through Constitution and Governance, Executive, and they need to be signed up with full council. The wider work, which I'll let Sarah come in on, pertaining to kind of neighbourhood working and the organisational culture and structure and how we're organised, might take a slightly different course, but I'll let Sarah come in there. Thank you.
Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow on really from what Kate said, it was inevitable we were going to end up discussing LCNs, but we have discussed LCNs and we're not against them. We know that they don't work everywhere, and the model was conceived at a time when things were different. I think what we're actually trying to get to is what is this council's relationship with its communities, what we want it to be. And that does align to the emerging neighbourhoods direction. To answer Councillor Trivial's question, that group is group of service directors primarily, including adults, children, public health, myself, etc., just to make sure that we are sharing the various policy directives that are coming down. And we know what we're doing because we do recognise there has been duplication or confusion in the past. Chris and his team facilitate that working as well, just to make sure we're limiting, particularly around ICB and NHS changes as well. On social care. So that's relatively new, but it really is, it's all the information sharing rather than another set of action plans, but this does play into it. For us, I think it's about getting that culture right. It's about all of us as managers, senior leaders, thinking around our communities and thinking about how what communities are saying influences the way in which we work and the way in which we deliver our services. There's probably no one size fits all, absolutely. I can't help reflecting that if we had the culture that we were talking about, then it almost wouldn't matter what the mechanism was. It could be formal committee type LCN, or it could be, as Councillor Steve said, a link officer or similar, just tapping into what was going on in the patch and being aware of it and feeding that back in somehow. And not actually doing it, but just understanding it and making sure that it's relayed to the right quarters and engaged with. And I think that's where we're trying to get to with this kind of, is it an evolution or is it a replacement of LCNs? I don't know, but we think the general consensus today has been that there needs to be something, and that's what we really valued your important thoughts on today. But I think we can all recognise the flaws, the challenges, the variations in LCNs, and I think it's how we move past that now to where we go in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. So Mike Murphy has not spoken.
I've been busy thinking and thinking about lots of things. I'm not going to go through all of them, but the thing that is being said by many people, and the previous speaker said it very well, the missing words are the interaction with Somerset Council. We've said this so many times. I mean, support changes to local community networks and their interaction with Somerset Council. That is where the whole thing lies. I mean, I remember going to local community networks in the very beginning, and I met lots of friends who were coming. I don't know if you've ever seen the film Dangerous Ladybug, where someone gets talked into doing something. But they were leaping in that door, wanting to be heard, wanting their voices to be heard for the first time in years. And they gave their opinions, they gave their needs and wants, and nothing happened. And that was the real problem. I mean, you could say maybe it was because we didn't have an organisation chart where they could find the person, because we were so busy changing. The last 3 years have been horrific in terms of change, not only with losing personnel, but trying to find other people to come in and fill the spaces. How on earth do people find? I mean, we can't find people. I find it difficult sometimes to find a person who can give me an answer. And that's only just me, well, little old me. So I think, well, we need to find a way to, I don't think at this stage we can say we're going to get rid of them. I sat on a committee with Dawn and David Wone and I think Val Teach. And we came to sort of various conclusions, couldn't come to that conclusion, it was so difficult. And I was in favour of saying goodbye to them. But now that we have this government ruling and this very interesting summary by Liz Leishon, I thought was excellent, that we need to go forward with that thought, but we have to make sure that any wording would include and their interaction with Somerset Council. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. Okay, this really is going to be the final bit now. I would suggest that, as before, we accept 1, 2, 3, 4, but recognising the fact that further discussion and consultation will take place over the course of the next 2, 3 months, and that we are still waiting for the detailed guidance from government about community working. that we should ask that this item should return to this committee before presentation to the executive, particularly with the focus on the recommended mechanisms for local community working. So we replace 5 with that. Yes, Councillor Stanley. Stanton, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just seeing a difficulty with timing committee meetings because this has to go through constitution and governance if we make a change to the LCM structure. It comes through that point. They meet on the 3rd of September and the 3rd of December. Our meetings are on the 9th of December onwards monthly. So the timing isn't such that we could make a sensible comment until 3rd of December.
Right. Mr. Richard.
Just to clarify from a constitutional perspective, the LCNs are an executive function. They are the responsibility of the executive. So their terms of reference need to be agreed by the executive. They are reported effectively for information to constitution and governance and to full council as changes the constitution. But the primary decision maker on the terms of reference is the executive.
And I believe that this is such an important aspect of where we develop as an authority and where we develop as a county, Pennsylvania, that if it means that we have to prolong the process by a few weeks, then it is better to do that than end up with a solution that nobody's happy with and that just comes in the endless doom loop of dissatisfaction. So I think I am going to stick to my suggestion that 5 be replaced with recognising that further discussion and consultation will take place over the course of the next few months. That we ask that this item should return to this committee for presentation to the executive, particularly with focus on the recommended mechanisms for local community working.
You make that recommendation after a motion was seconded. So I think we'll both take on that. Yeah, the proper procedure would be to take a vote on my proposal, which is seconded first. However, given the timings of meetings, and this relates to the executive, an alternative would be to consider the motion I proposed at our meeting on the 9th of September. And that will give people time to think about and see what we can solve by government by then. So I'd be happy, if my seconders were happy to keep the same motion proposed, but ask it to be on the agenda for the 9th of September.
Can you repeat your motion again?
Yeah, the motion was that the elected Somerset councillors, obviously I do think this is a Somerset council responsibility, on each local community network should be invited to vote on whether they wish the local community network to continue or not.
No.
Well, I was rather hoping that whilst I understood entirely what you were saying, Councillor Stanton, and I accepted the fact that it had been seconded, but I was rather hoping that you might, in the light of what we just discussed, feel that you would be prepared to withdraw that motion, bearing in mind that I think it supersedes it.
Well, rather than withdraw it, I want to defer it to the 9th of September.
All right, well, I'm happy that it should stand deferred if the seconder is as well.
I think I have heard some things since I decided to second this that make me think I will withdraw the second. Also advice on the constitutional mechanism, I take that on board. And also your own point about the timing. If it seems appropriate on the day, it can come back. But I think it would not be appropriate to get in this at this time.
On that happy basis, Councillor Stanton, are you happy to take half a step back?
I'll come back and propose it to wait before.
Okay, right, so off the table, that's fine. So with my suggested rewording, can I have a second for that? Thank you.
Second.
Right, so that we replace 5 with recognising that further discussion and consultation will take place in the coming months, and that there is further advice to come from government on the devolution of community act. That this item should return to this committee before presentation to the executive, particularly with a focus on recommended mechanisms for local community working. Yes, right, ladies and gentlemen, yes, any against? Any abstentions? Any zoning out?
Did you put your hand up?
I'm not sure I'm allowed to, I popped out, so,
Okay, well, look, that has been passed, thank you. I'm sorry that was a rather more protracted discussion than we sometimes have, but it is really important how we operate and how we operate in terms of our communities and they operate with us. So I think it's something I'm afraid we do need to spend time getting right. So thank you very much. We're going to have a 5-minute intermission.
Are you having
Right. Well, I'm sorry to say I was trying to get us to the point where Councillor Nation would be able to contribute to the next item, but you've got to go to the dentist. Sorry, Chair. No, that's all right. So in that case, we will now adjourn for lunch for 30 minutes. So I'm going to ask Councillor Philip, please, to introduce this item, and then he will hand over to Officer. Yeah.
That's he.
Oh,
B151.
okay, he will hand over to Officer Efi.
Okay, so that's item 7, which is the MTFS.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm happy to present this. Bring Liz's apologies, and also be my own apologies that I would have to be without this when I was scheduled to do that. I know that later in the agenda we're going to talk about CPRS, and that I wanted to pass on. Liz asked me to pass on how grateful she is to the working group for their commitment and time, and also to the officers for this important work. She's specifically written that down for me to say, so I'm taking this opportunity to say that whilst I introduce the MTFS and hand over to the Chief Finance Officer.
Thank you. Mr. Heafy.
Thank you very much, colleagues, and apologies I can't be in the room with you today, and I will need to leave by 3 p.m. The MTFS is the forerunner to the MTFP. So the MTFS is the medium-term financial strategy, the approach we have to budget management. The MTFP is the plan that puts that into action and links that to service plans and to the council's corporate plan. So what you see before you is the draft MTFS today, and I'll take you through that in some detail now. Overall, we continue to make progress towards financial stability as we're moving into more of a recovery phase and away from financial emergency. But we need to be really clear that the position is still extremely fragile, and we've not yet set a budget since we vested in 2023 without either using considerable reserves or exceptional financial support, and I'll come on to that in a moment. The MTFP effectively rolls forward, this is on page 111 of your pack. The MTFP effectively rolls forward by 1 year the previous year, and we update it for things that change, and we continue to update it throughout the year in order to make sure it remains live. And it's a very dynamic document, both the MTFS and the MTFP. The setting of the budget is a key part of the council's budgetary and policy framework, and we have a duty to set council tax by the 11th of March 2027, and we will continue to progress towards doing that. Some of the early parts of going out to consultation I would like to do a little earlier this year, and we'll come on to the timelines in just a minute. But just to remind you that the council's responsibility is to set a budget. That's a legal responsibility, but it also has a best value duty to secure financial sustainability over the medium term. It's not always defined. We tend to define it as a 5-year period up to 2031, 32. Some will do 3 years, some may do as much as 10 years. So there's no definition of what medium term means, but in our terms, it's something along those lines. I turn you first of all to page 126 of your pack, at the bottom of page 126, and just take you through a few points on the executive summary. The council's financial position does remain deeply fragile. As I said, we are not out of the woods yet by any means. We are facing continuing cost pressures from a number of sources, some unique to local government and the services we provide, some more linked to inflationary pressures and geopolitical events, but nonetheless we remain in a deeply fragile position. Come on to the numbers as we go through. Those demand-led pressures we're seeing in all of the people-led services. I've singled out children's services in the medium-term financial plan itself. But alongside that, you can add adult social care, and particularly the ending of the pooled arrangements with regard to learning disabilities in adult social care, and homelessness pressures, which are continuing to grow. So particularly in those people-led and largely statutory-led functions, we're continuing to see cost pressures arising. As you'll know, for the past 3 years, we've used exceptional financial support in order to balance the budget. Nicky will come on later on. Nicola will come on later on to the outturn report and where we ended up. But we ended the year in a good position, but that is compared with the exceptional financial support we gave. So actually, we're still over 38 million in deficit if we take away the impact of exceptional financial support. And this current year's budget has been set with exceptional financial support again, as you're aware. 25 million to cover the budget and around 16 million of collection fund surplus, which is the fund that takes all the taxes in and pays out to the various presetting authorities. So we had around 41 million of one-off money going in there, which is not sustainable in the long term. It's worth saying at this point that should we go back to government and ask them for further exceptional financial support, it's unlikely to be accepted. I can't say that for sure. What I can say is that government, in setting fair funding, did say that that now has set the regime, and they would expect far fewer applications for exceptional financial support from authorities in general. And having had 3 years of support, to go back for a 4th year would most likely be followed by immediate government intervention to run the council. I can't say that for sure. I can simply say it's not an avenue we ought to be going down. We ought to be looking to cover our own position and make sure that we get our income and expenditure in balance. But the budget gap remains substantial. I'll come back to the table in the cover report in a moment. But at the moment, the budget gap looks to be around £58.1 million for next year, rising to 95 million by 2031-32. That's broadly half where it was at the start of last year. So yes, we've made progress, but there is a lot of work to do. Paragraph 2.5, national funding reforms do not resolve the challenge. We looked to fair funding last year as being a way of sorting some of the council's problems. What's come out of that is quite interesting. In terms of our council tax, we've always argued that our Band D council tax at £1,950 per dwelling is on the low side, and it is. It's about £110 below the average for the UK and for the region. However, our council tax base, which is the relative number of Band C, D, E properties to Band A and B, is higher than the average local authority. And you'll see in the narrative there that when we look at the comparison, we are now, when you look at council tax per head of population, which arguably is a better measure than the Band D, we are about 30th out of 151 upper tier authorities. We're in the top quintile for the amount of council tax. So going back to government and looking for further council tax increases is not likely to be met with any favour. Similarly, fair funding re-clarified the business rates system for us. It clarified that we are what's called a top-up authority. Overall, at a national basis, business rates pot is cash neutral. There are some authorities that pay in, there are some that take out. Top-up authorities pay in, tariff authorities take out. We are a top-up authority. We're deemed to have around £14 million a year more than we need, so we pay into the pot and others take out. That argument's been had before, and I don't think it's worth going down that route again. And similarly, government has reset the grant system now and put the grants into a more larger buckets, if you like, and that grant system is not going to go anywhere. So the outlook for us in terms of our income is not going to change. Government has basically now confirmed through fair funding that our income is at about the levels that they would expect it to be for an authority of our size and our complexity. But we still have a £58 million gap. And that means the only way we can balance our budget, if we don't look at exceptional financial support and if we don't look at further use of reserves, the only way would be to get expenditure down to income levels. That is the plain truth. And what last year did is to clarify that for us and crystallize the arguments that we have towards that. So the agenda this year and the strategy is based on getting expenditure down rather than trying to argue for income levels to go up, which, as I say, has gone as an argument, and we can't follow that one through. Just touch very quickly on dedicated schools grant. We still are exposed to dedicated schools grant. We're about to send in our SEND reform plan, further work being done on that, but should that be accepted by government, that will cover our deficits up to March 2026, or 90% of those deficits, and we've set aside from underspends in 2025-26. We've set aside the remaining 10%, so there'll be no net cost on the council up to that point in time if the SEND plan is accepted. But what we don't know yet is government's thoughts and ideas behind the next couple of years. So for 26-27 and for 27-28, government have not yet announced any further support package, whether that be at 90%, 80%, 100%. They've not announced anything, so that remains a key risk in our finances. I'm hoping, I think we're all hoping, that they will announce similar levels of support, but nothing announced yet, and they're keeping quiet on that. Transformation is a critical part of the strategy. I differentiate between transformation and savings. Transformation is about achieving better outcomes by using technology, by looking at better processes, by looking at leaner management structures, etc. It's about getting those better outcomes for residents, but in doing so, we do so at lower cost. And most large councils, and particularly those who are in some kind of financial situation like ours, are embarking on large-scale transformation programs. We are not alone on this. Savings, on the other hand, are the more negative side of things. That's about stopping services, stopping doing things, reducing quality and levels of service. And I think for this year, we're likely to have to face a combination of both. I don't think transformation is going to fill the gap. Equally, savings won't fill the gap, but we are going to need some combination of both in order to move forward. The objectives of the council strategy are set out at the bottom of page 128 for you. I won't read them all out, but nonetheless, within that, setting a robust, balanced budget and sustainable medium-term financial plan is a key priority for us and for government, and it's one of the most basic things that local authorities will do. And you can read, and I'm happy to take any questions on the 7 or so key issues there that I've identified as being the challenge. Most of the rest of the document will set out then the background to the strategy, and again, happy to take any questions. But if you go down to page 136, you will see there the table that makes up the budget gap, the movement in our base budget, and how the gap is made up. What you'll see there is over that period, our base budget will actually increase from 624 million to 884 million. So it's not as if we are short on resources, we're putting money into the system. But you'll also see the next 2 lines are the ones that we need to challenge as a council. We have 35 million rising to 37 and then 18 million a year afterwards of growth and pressures. But we only have savings for next year at the moment of 10 million, falling to pretty much nothing by the end of the period. We have to change that agenda. We have to make sure that we cover our growth by savings. If we want to spend money on something else, then we have to treat it as a priority, and something else is a lesser priority and must come out. When it comes to financial resilience, we do have reserves. Those reserves are not at the level that I want them to be at the moment. I've recommended 10% of the net revenue budget as being our reserve level. And paragraph 7.9 on page 138 will set out that the forecast at the moment is for that reserve to be 67.3 million, almost £7 million short of where I think we need to be. Therefore, in my view, I don't think we have the robustness yet of the reserves, and I certainly would not be recommending that we use reserves to top up a budget. A failure to be able to get our spending down to our income levels is not a reason to use reserves, and they are a very short-term panacea only. At the bottom of page 138, you'll see there's 3 approaches that we'll be adopting as we go through the year. There's the Inspiring Innovation Programme, the Transformation Programme. That's making step changes in the way we deliver services. It requires upfront investment, which we know we're funding, and it requires then quite an ambitious approach to delivering this and making sure we're staying on target. So that programme remains, in my mind, the #1 way that we close the gap. There will be a focus on further savings to close the budget gap. These will be stopping doing things, doing less things. This is a pre-election year, and it's always a difficult year to do that. That's not lost on me, but we have to get that gap closed. And then the third element will be continuous financial improvement. We are required under best value to have continuous improvement in the way we look at our services, and we'll carry forward to deliver against that agenda. Again, I don't plan to go through the detail of the paper. I've set out in the paper some transformational changes, some thoughts around savings ideas, and some thoughts about areas of the way we can do continuous improvement. And the rest of the paper sets out where we are on that journey. I just finally want to refer you to the cover paper. It's just easier to see it on there, and the timetable that we're working to. The timetable is set out for you on page 115 of your pack. So you'll see that we're doing far more work at the moment to look at ideas for generating both transformation and savings, and working with service directors. We're asking service directors to identify options. Where could you take money out if you needed to? Forget how painful that looks at the moment. As long as we don't fall below a safe and legal level, the minimum criteria is we don't ever put vulnerable people at risk, and we don't ever go below anything that's a legal minimum. But within that, we have a lot to discuss, and we need to get all of that on the table. During August to October, we will review all the cases. We will launch the budget consultation, ideally much earlier than last year, so we will need to consult you at an earlier stage. And then we'll hopefully have more time to consider the outcomes and the outputs of that during the October to December period. And finally, once we get the settlement, both the provisional settlement and the final settlement, we can go on the normal process then of going to council to get approval. So the back end of it will look very similar, but the good practice for most authorities is to try and pull things forward a little bit. So I'm going to end there, but just the message I need you to take is that this is going to be a difficult year for us. Exceptional financial support is not the get out of jail card that we've had before. I've likened it to going around the Monopoly board once a year, and each year we've gone around and picked out a get out of jail free card, which we've done through exceptional financial support. That option no longer exists this year. We're not going to increase our income substantially through council tax, business rates, etc. That argument's been had last year through fair funding and gone. This is a year in which we may need to make difficult decisions around reducing our expenditure level to reduce our spending to within an overall level that government think is appropriate for a council of our size and our complexity and our demography. Happy to take any questions.
So I'm just going to ask Nicola Hicks if she has any comments on the back.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add, so to answer Councillor Hobsbawm's question from earlier, yes, you're correct that there isn't currently on the forward plan for scrutiny built into the scrutiny engagement. But in our timetable that we're working with them services, we are coming to scrutiny in August, November and February. And we will flex that around the timetable you can see here with the different elements that we will be getting your engagement and feedback on.
Thank you very much. And I think there is the possibility that we can have spotlight reviews on those items that have been particularly noted on page 128, 29, 30. And that is part of our repertoire of opportunity to scrutinise. I think some of those items should be put forward under those mechanisms, so that we can have a little more detail. Some of them in our sort of workshop context. Right, thank you. I've got a number of people who need to speak. So I'm going to start with Councillor Hobhouse.
Mr. Chairman, my first question is on fuel, both electricity and vehicle fuel, and what Mr. Trump's badly thought out war is going to do to the budget, and what plans we have to mitigate against these problems. Do you want me to do one question at a time and get an answer, or give you all three? I attended as a sub on last week children's scrutiny, and I was horrified to learn the amount of money we are spending in mainly West Wales on residential care for children who are in our care permanently. And I wondered about where and what we could do to lower this. The figure I gave in public, which is not for residential, is Chiltern Cantaloupe, which is owned by a financial body in London, and they're charging £100,000 a year for school places. And I find the whole of the financial city of London's buying into care homes and special educational need children's residential and schools a positive problem with them making money out of the council. So my second question is, what are we doing in the SEND area to minimise those fees, and are we going to look to bring back those children to be residential in Somerset so that we're not paying the financial consequences of using what the financial companies have bought? And my third question is the situation with the house building and the problems we have got with developers getting fast through, and the fact that developers are selling their land banks, which is going to do no good at all for us increasing our income by the 3,000 houses that we are supposed to do annually.
Right, thank you. Mr. Heatley, do you want to respond to those points? You're muted, Clive.
I do apologise, thank you. Could I remind you that today is about the strategy, not about the detail of the budget. There'll be many times we'll come back with individual proposals, and we can look at inflation proposals, we can look at children's homes, etc. in detail. So if you may, Councillor Hobhouse, I will defer answering your specific questions until we look at the detail of the budget rather than the strategy today. But your questions are not forgotten.
Is happily accepted, Mr. Heatley. Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Chair. Three areas, if you like. The first is I welcome the continuous monitoring of the expenditure, which is in the paper. I noticed that service heads have been asked to control their growth within service budgets, which is good. So if they can see the live outcomes on a dashboard, for example, that will help them enormously. But I think it also gets to the point of why are we not looking at live numbers? To be brutally honest, I do it in other contexts where we are not be doing it here. So I welcome that. The one thing I didn't pick up was coding to place. The expenditure sense, the structure seems to be around the council level spend, and not the shape of the council spend. If we are going to be robust in our fees and charges and be fair to partners, and fair to ourselves in delivering when we deliver for a partner, we need to make sure that we've got the bill correct. That means we need to understand how the bill builds up for that particular project or work or service. And that means coding it to place as well as to service type. I wasn't really picking that up, and I do think that that's going to be very important given the constraints. We can't borrow the capital, we're going to rely on the civil, we're going to need evidence bases, and we're going to need to get the numbers exactly right. Where there's a place-based intervention and we've got to fund it, we need our own accounts to help us get the estimate to the point where it's unquestionable and we believe it. So place wasn't coming through in the report. And finally, just on something which this committee has put across before, I do notice some words in there about sort of filling with pay there, but I think the emphasis is we need to be paying the right level for the job. We need staff to want to work here and to stay working here and to be working hard when they work here. It needs to be all the incentives that come around pay need to be pointing in the right direction. I didn't quite pick that up from the point that's been made in the report. I feel a bit negative about it. We need the overall pay bill to be affordable, the wages and trade against the other costs of the staff. That's expensive for us. We don't want that. We want to keep staff. We want enough good, well-rewarded staff. Having those going to start, etc. I think it was a bit bored for me, but no, very good. So the place going to be there, but going to be happy. Yeah.
Right, thank you very much indeed. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Clive, for the report and the detail in there. I have to say it is concerning, as I'm sure it is for everybody. One of the things that really stood out for me was in the exec summary where it says this means that the authority will spend no more each year than the available revenue from its income streams in each year to 2031-32. And given escalating costs everywhere, the pressures that really concern me is how are we going to possibly achieve that? And I guess I just wanted to know how. There's presumably going to have to be some big decisions made along the way to keep that situation possible, where they're not spending more than they're receiving in income streams. And I just wonder, where are we going to be involved in the decisions that get made to allow that situation to occur? Thank you.
You will be completely involved in that decision-making process. Initially, this will be officer discussion, and officers will start to put forward their ideas for savings, for transformation. We're feeding those into officer workshops, which will take place on the 22nd and the 24th of June. We're going to go through those in quite some detail, and we're going to be presenting to informal executive some of the initial thoughts, not for decision, but just some of the initial thoughts for guidance quite early on before the summer break. We'll discuss those with you soon afterwards, as soon as we've got a bit of a steer. I don't want to waste your time with things that the executive are saying, absolutely it's a red line, we won't go down there, but I do want to be engaging with all the options that we're bringing up as officers, so that you can get the chance to shape them with us. It's very much an iterative process now, and the benefit of starting earlier is I've got much more chance to engage with you at several stages, rather than say last year when we were forced into rushing it at quite a late stage. I'd like to be doing this really from as soon as we're coming back from the summer holidays, and having this constant conversation with you over September, October, November, December, so you've got several bites of the cherry and your views can be loudly heard. But it will be tough at the end of the day. I'm not pretending any of this is easy. I'm not pretending it's without pain. And go back to a previous point, remember that a lot of the duties we have are statutory duties, and fulfilling those is something we have no choice about. Otherwise, we will fall short of legal standards. And that does often lead to things like place being the area that gets the cuts more than others, simply because a lot of those functions and duties are non-statutory ones, and that's why authorities have fallen back on those. What we want as an authority is to try and get the right balance of services that you want to see as members, but we have to do that within an affordable budget, and that remains the challenge.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the report. So I have a couple of questions. I did have questions, but I have a feeling I'll get the same answer as Councillor Hobhouse regarding the pooled arrangements, because I'm wondering about whether government will be able to offset those in any way, bearing in mind their costs coming off the NHS and onto us instead. But I'm very happy to take those into the Director of Adult Services and speak to him about those and the cost as well year on year, because obviously that's going to carry a cost. But I'm happy to leave that if you'd prefer. Now, I've got a really simple, basic, nutty kind of question for you, which is, what are reserves for? So is it money that we just always keep and we always like to have? Or is it money to get you out of a tight spot? And if we find that our costs increase because of inflation, which is already set to rise to around 5%, this is what I'm hearing, and could increase more than that given evening news overnight, does that not justify use of reserves to set a budget if we go over and above planned expenditure? And then finally, on table 1, page 136, it says savings for this year of 22 million, to 22.049 million. And that's such a specific figure that I wondered whether they are savings that have already been identified, or if they're targeted savings. I think that's the target. And if that's the target, who came up with that value, and why could it, is it set in stone?
Yeah, and thank you very much. I'm trying to follow this on the transcript because the sound is quite poor, I'm afraid. But I'll do my best to answer that. And if I've not answered it correctly, let me know, or ask Nikki, and she can chip in as well. So first of all, in terms of the last question, it's a target. We're looking towards a target, and we'll continue to monitor towards that target on page 136. That's a moving feast, and we'll continue to adapt that and grow it as we can. What are reserves for? Reserves are there for a rainy day. If you liken it to your household budget, reserves are the equivalent of savings. You can go on as a household spending more money every year than you get in an income and dipping into your savings. There comes a point when your savings have run out, and actually you're forced to confront the fact that you haven't got enough income coming in which case you cut expenditure or you turn to borrowing to fund it, which is never a good strategy in a household. A local authority is no different. We have to do housekeeping in much the same way, and contingencies are there. General fund contingency in particular is there for the real rainy day event that none of us saw coming, geopolitical events, COVID type events, etc. Those things that we don't see coming. So that's really a fund of last resort to use. We have earmarked reserves, which are those that we put in, if you like, jam jars on the mantelpiece, I always liken it to. And we're putting that money aside means we can use those reserves because we put them aside for a purpose. They're often given for a purpose, and we can use them for that purpose. And that is a planned use of reserves. So I'm not talking about those. And then in the middle, there's what we call the business risk reserve. We've set that up in order to cover some business risks, some overspending areas, some areas where we might need to dip in as and when we need to, but it will not be replacing the core budget. It's one-off expenditure. So where, for instance, we've had to use it, we generally will say to directors, you can have access to this, but it's for 1 year funding for temporary staff. It's not going to fund permanent staff. It's not going to fund permanent changes. It won't be there permanently if it runs out. So the short answer is reserves are always there as that rainy day option, and no finance director would be recommending you use reserves to fund ongoing expenditure. And I think were we to do that, MHCLG would look very poorly on us in terms of that. So I think, has that answered your question, areas. Are we? Oh, and the pooled arrangements. Sorry, the pooled arrangements. Looking on the transcript. We'll wait and see what happens there. Government have the goalposts have shifted with regard to pooled arrangements. For those who are not aware, in the past, NHS and local authorities have pooled resources with regard to learning disability group. 25% of the money goes in from the local authorities, 75% from the NHS. From August, that changes so that for those clients that don't qualify for community health care, continuing health care, we will fund 100% of those cases. They tend to be higher volume, lower cost. For those that do qualify for CHC, they will be part of the NHS, but we do have to make an application to the NHS, and some of those applications will be accepted and some will be rejected. So whether we'll be worse off, better off, neutral remains an issue. But at the moment, we are looking at that as being a risk, and it's an area which I would suggest your committee may want to be interested in alongside the adults scrutiny as well.
It is a quick one. So, you said about spending reserves, and HCLG would not be happy if we spent reserves. But would the issues that we could be facing this year with raised inflation be justification to use reserves without the government getting involved?
It's a government issue, Councillor Trimnell, as well as an issue for me. If our reserves get too low, and I don't think our reserves are sufficient to cover the risks we're facing, then I would be faced with a decision as to whether to issue a Section 114 report alongside that, and that's when government get very interested. At the moment, they're interested to the extent they're watching us because we're an EFS authority, exceptional financial support, and government watches because we are an EFS authority. But if we are forced to issue a Section 114 report, government's interest in us will go up a whole lot more as well, and that's a judgment call that I am required to make in my statutory position, and not one I want to make. So my assessment is always, what are the risks we're facing? Are our reserves sufficient? My assessment is our reserves should be 10% of our net revenue budget. As I've said it earlier on in my presentation, we're not at that level. We're about £7 million short. So any further use of reserves from here on in would deplete that figure even further and make us even further exposed to risks. We also have to remember that once those reserves are used up, there is no further income coming in. There's no more council tax. There's no more business rates. So at some point, we are forced to cut expenditure to levels of income. And that's the agenda, I'm afraid, that this year we have to really try and tackle and face.
Thank you. Obviously,
Chair, can I just confirm the first question in relation to savings, the 22.049 that Councillor Trimnell was referring to, those were the savings that were put forward and full council agreed for the current year, 26-27. Those will form part of the budget monitoring reports going forward, and the delivery of those savings will be tracked as we track them through the year. So that although they are as high as a target, but they are backed up by savings delivery plans behind those, and we are expecting services to achieve those. And as you will see in the monitoring report, if they don't achieve them, we ask for mitigation against the achievement of that saving, or they have to look to cover in a different way. As you go forward throughout that table, you will see the value of the savings put forward is much lower. We are doing, that's the work that we're undertaking currently with service directors to ask them to look through again and come up with the savings ideas. So we expect those figures to rise. What we've got to try and mitigate is savings need to try and outweigh the growth that goes forward with growth in terms of demographics and different things. Thank you.
Okay. So Councillor Payne and then Councillor Mansfield.
So having worked through the report, I'm left with the impression that we've become very good as a council describing the scale of the financial challenge, but much less how we intend to escape it, is the impression I get from the report. On page 116, there's a projected budget gap of 58.1 million, rising to 95.8 million. And although while on page 126, the report is quite candid about the fact we remain in a fragile financial position, elsewhere it says that transformation alone will not close the gap. So my first question being, if transformation alone will not close the gap, and if the council continues to rely upon EFS to balance the budget, then where does the administration expect the remaining tens of millions per pounds to come from? Secondly, on page 128 and 127 and 128, the report identifies the high needs block deficit and SEND pressures among the highest scoring risks facing the authority. We now have a DSG deficit exceeding 100 million. EHCP demands continuing to rise and looked after children increasing from 623 to 699. So the second question is, what is our assessment of the point at which children's services ceases to be about budget pressure and instead becomes the defining financial risk that we face to our organisation? And then finally, on page 138, I think the report shows general fund reserves below the council's own minimum safe level. But from page 148, it warns of the consequences of failing to achieve that financial sustainability. So finally, at what point does Mr. Heafy stop describing Somerset's position as fragile and instead advise members that the authority faces the material risk of requiring emergency financial intervention? Because although, in my opinion, the report is very honest about the scale of the problem, what I think we must ascertain is whether what we're looking at is a recovery plan or just a strategy for managing the climate slowly.
Thank you very much. Mr. Heafy.
Councillor Payne, I first of all refer you to my Section 25 report that I presented in March as part of the budget to full council, which set out the key risks to the organisation. One of those risks was children's services, the continued growth in placement costs, in outsourced placement costs, the continued growth in home to school transport, the continued growth in EHCP cases and the exponential growth in costs associated with it, and the rising level of school deficits. 4 areas of children's services that did concern me then and still concern me now, and I think they present a very large financial risk to this organisation, and we need to get on top of those. I will duck the question that's a political one about the administration's view on how we close the gap, but just reiterate that we do need to close that gap one way and another, and we've exhausted most of the options now. We've taken 3 years of government funding now in order to give us time to restructure, reshape, transform, call it what you will, but this is the year in which we have to now do it if we're going to avoid, in my view, government intervention. The point at which I would make that decision will be the point at which I can see no possibility of closing the budget gap. If I get to that point later in the year, and that will start to emerge from September onwards, I will have to then look at whether I'm in a situation of considering a Section 114 report, and that's something that I will take seriously, as I have to do within my statutory duty.
And Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. Yes, I would sort of like to make a comment too on the financial situation of the council. Clearly, it is very difficult. It doesn't look to me as though we're in recovery yet. We're still in a very challenging situation. But I have some questions in relating to how we're looking to close the big gaps that are still there in the strategy. So transformation is said to be the number one aim. Is there any indication of how much that will, is expected to contribute? Is it 3/4 of the gap? What sort of level are we talking about in terms of our ambitions on transformation? And then moving on to the savings that we are told are needed as well. Asset rationalisation. Can we be told a little bit more about what assets have we got in mind there? What assets may be looking for disposal? What type of assets? Moving on the list, we've got review current growth pressures. Can we be told some more about that? What will that look like? Which pressures and what will the review entail? Can we be told some more of that? And I can't help but comment that I do wonder why we've not done more of this before. Well, and I think we have, but, you know, given our situations, it's been over a number of years now. Why are we doing that now? But anyway, you know, why are we still doing that, I guess? But anyway, that's not a question, that's observation. The question is really just what will the review of pressures, current pressures look like? And similarly on fees and charges, because my recollection is we were told last year that they'd been reviewed and we'd look to put those up to cost recovery. And yet here it is, it's back again and still doing the same thing that I thought we'd done last year. So can that be addressed as well, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Heathey.
So trying to address each of those again, I refer you again to table 1 on page 116 that looks at the assumptions so far, and you can see how that's made up. And again, happy to go into more detail on that if you need to as we go through the budget process. What we will do is we'll be challenging growth stroke pressures as we go along. There's already £35 million worth of growth in that budget, but savings are far less than that, at around 10 million, 10, 11 million. So the challenge at the moment to the directors is that what would you need to do in order to deliver your budget without any further growth than the 35 million that's already there? Once we start going above that, that gets difficult, which is why we're challenging the directors to come up with savings of up to 10%. So that remains the critical factor to balance those two things off. Transformation does remain the number one because it's the way of making sure you deliver as many services as you can do to the highest quality you can do, modern, effective services. We talked about neighbourhood working earlier on, and that's part of it. And when we look at asset management strategies, there is an expectation from MHCLG and myself that actually we look to be efficient and effective in the way we operate our assets. When we look as a council, there are sort of 4 broad areas I look to control, and if we get the control right on those 4 areas, we'll be broadly in balance. One is our employee costs. How do we control our employees, our interim costs, etc., to make sure they stick within an affordable pay bill? And we look at what's called establishment controls in order to make sure they're being delivered, and I'm working with the head of HR in terms of strengthening that. We look at our procurement and commissioning costs, commissions of outsourced services and the way we procure. And that's part of transformation, is to look at how we get value for money from all our contracts and make sure we've got contract management. The third area is our debt management costs, and as you've seen, and we'll see in the next report that on the outturn that Nicola will present, those costs are falling. We're controlling the capital programme, so I'm pleased with the progress we're making in that area. But the fourth area, which is significant, is all of the assets that we own. And I'm not talking about selling the assets to get capital receipts per se, but a lot of assets we have are now underutilised, particularly post-COVID, and we need to rationalise that estate because all of them are costing money in terms of rent, in terms of rates, in terms of heating, in terms of lighting, in terms of repairs and maintenance, and that's a drain on the council's budget. So what we need is a focused estates strategy, which means we own the buildings that we need to own, we utilise them to a high rate, we make sure those are modern, efficient buildings that are minimising the revenue drain, but we do dispose of others then that are just a drain on the council's finance. At the end of the day, if it's not buildings, it's going to be people, and it's going to be contracts. They're the 2 options. So that's why I want to look at that. And on our balance sheet, we have something like £2 billion worth of assets. So we have a lot of assets as a council, and we need to make sure we're using those assets properly in order to benefit the revenue budget. Does that answer all your questions? Yeah.
So you're looking quizzical.
Yeah, no. But I mean, you covered the areas, but yeah, as it's a strategy, I realise it's a strategy, but yeah, possibly I was hoping to hear there's a little bit more behind the strategy than the answer seems to reflect. So I don't know how much transformation, but I'm assuming that I'll make my own assumption that it's above 3/4, a figure I suggested, but I'm wondering what level, but okay, I'm assuming it's the majority, even if you're not being told. Assets, well, I presumed I was sort of looking for an answer. Is it office buildings? We've really got a lot of old council head offices around the county. Is that what we're talking about Again, you know, I was hoping to understand what assets. Interestingly, here we've got £2 billion worth, but yeah, but wondering, you know, I can think of some that are probably up for disposal, but you know, wondering what the officers have got in mind. I don't think we addressed at all about the current growth pressures, so things we know about what the review will look like, which is listed on in that table, page 117, and similarly fees and charges. You know, why are we going back there again when we did this last year? Apparently the same thing. You know, I'm just a bit surprised. If we did it last year, you know, why are we now thinking there's still more to do? It sort of suggests we didn't do it right last year, but there we go.
If I may come back on that one. Oh, sorry, Chair.
Find out areas where costs can be covered, I suppose is one of those things. Yes, please, Mr. Healy.
Yeah, on fees and charges, there's always more to do, and we'll continue to look to make sure we're covering all of our costs and recovering as we should do. There were some fees and charges that were not decisions not taken last year around areas like parking, and we'll continue to look at those and ask questions. It's a political decision as to whether you choose to take them or not, but in the absence of fees and charges not going up, it's cost being cut. That's the alternative option. On transformation, you'll have seen in many papers that I've brought and the monitoring officer has brought that we are investing up to 45 million for a return of 135 million over the life of the MTFP. So that remains the target, to deliver 135 million pounds worth of savings. Transformation by its very nature is large scale change. It doesn't happen overnight. It often requires people to work with us in terms of new systems, in terms of setting up new structures and processes. So they are long term by their very nature. And for this next year, we'll look at the moment at targeting somewhere between 10 and 30 million of transformation savings. We're looking to push that figure higher, but that's the current number of opportunities that have been identified. You've heard me say before that I'm a prudent finance director, as I have to be. I don't take a transformation saving into the medium-term financial plan until there's an approved business case. There has to be a proper business case. We don't do a paper exercise to balance the budget. We do an exercise which is based on balancing the budget through business cases and having proper delivery plans behind each one of them, so we can measure very accurately the progress against achieving every one of those projects that forms a transformation plan.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other points, ladies and gentlemen? Right, so the recommendations are on page 111. So we are asked to comment on the recommendations for the executive. And the recommendations for the executive are A, noting the MTFP and MTFS 27-28 to 2031-32. And the timelines for reporting to the executive, and of course, as part of that, we've noted the timelines for discussion at scrutiny. And can I highlight again the opportunity for spotlight reviews? And I think we need to discuss that with officers over the next few weeks to make sure that we are getting some particularly important issues built down into by us. We've got that opportunity this year. We absolutely hear what Councillor Hopper said about making sure that we have earlier engagement with the budget in the process. And then the second recommendation to the executive is to approve the update to the strategy document set out. It's noticed as Appendix A. It's not formally written as Appendix A in our papers, but that would be the document that is on page 125. So I'm happy with those recommendations to the executive. Is there anything else you want to add at this stage? But I think the key thing is that we make sure that scrutiny is engaged in the process. That's and then second.
If I may, I think for the second one, B, I'm not sure we have enough detail to, or at least I don't feel I do, approve the update. Can we note the update?
No, I don't think we are. We're asked to consider and comment on it rather than approve it. Our part is the first bit, number 4, and we're asked to consider and comment on the recommendations for the executive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
So may I see all those in favour? Thank you very much. Mr. Healy, thank you very much. It was a very clear exposition. And I
Thank
have
you
to
very much.
say, having the text written before us is a very good aid memoir about exactly what it was people asked.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. Now, we're going to move straight on, if we may, to item 10, which is the council tax. Council tax, but that's good. Going to page 10. Yes, it's 12. It's the council tax effectively, as we agree down here. So it is on page. Yes, page 361 to 458. So page 361. Look at the reorganisation of the green, gentlemen. And I'm going to invite councillors Lovell and Trinity to introduce and to present the report. And then we have Mr. Warren and Mr. Norman who will answer that. So,
By way of explanation, as when I'm doing a double act on the introduction, there's a certain reason we had to share the chairmanship of the various at those several meetings, because it wasn't the case we built it very well. So that's why we said that way. I'll kick off just to explain that this task group was established by this committee, or in its previous guise. It's meeting on the 25th of November 25. It was to undertake a detailed review of the council tax reduction scheme and to develop a set of recommendations to inform the forthcoming consultation process. It is a review of considerable scale and importance given the financial significance of the scheme and its impact on residents across Somerset. The approach taken by the group was a structured and evidence-led process over several meetings. Group members engaged positively with what is a complex and technical policy area. The group considered a wide range of evidence as presented in appendices 1 to 14 of this report, page 490 onwards. This includes officer briefings, financial modelling, benchmarking against other authorities, and feedback from stakeholders. As co-chair of the group, I'm proud to acknowledge the constructive way in which members work together. There were different views at times, but discussions remained focused and balanced, with a shared objective of identifying options that strike the right balance between fairness, affordability, and sustainability. We very much to acknowledge the support provided by our interim section 151 officers and our revenues and benefits officers here in the room. The quality of information, technical advice and modelling enables the group to understand fully the implications of the different options presented. We valued external input given, particularly from citizens advice Somerset, whose evidence helped provide a real world perspective to discussions and ensure we remained mindful of the experiences of residents and stakeholders with financial hardship. This report represents the outcome of this collective work and has been presented to this committee for consideration before moving forward, subject to approval, the next stage of the governance process. I would like to take, at this point, opportunity to thank my fellow members of the task and group for their contribution, councillors Lucy Drummond and Dave myself, who with me are members of the Scrutiny Committee, plus 3 members who are not members of the Scrutiny Committee but kindly volunteered to take part, they being councillors Ewan Cameron, Alistair Hendry and Tara Sprone. I'll now pass to co-chair Lucy to introduce the recommendations at this meeting.
Thank you. So the proposed changes to the council tax reduction scheme represent a comprehensive package designed to ensure the scheme remains financially sustainable and aligned with universal credit whilst responding to legal uncertainty and rising costs. The report details all the recommendations and rationale behind each, but the summary of key measures recommended for a consultation while disregarding the certain elements of universal credit to support vulnerable residents better. Existing local income disregards earnings and disability and changes to non-dependent deductions. To offset the cost of these protections, the package relies on structural changes affecting all claimants, and these included reducing the maximum support through revised discount bands, capping weekly entitlements of CTR to council tax band B liability, and introducing a £5 minimum award to improve administrative efficiency. Now, effectively, what we had was 4 meetings. The first 2 were about learning about the different elements of council tax and how they affected people. And then we had 2 meetings which were making decisions on which of those we would recommend to go forward to consultation. So we approached this task and finish group firstly as a result of the limited capacity for work that transferred disabled households into paying council tax as they moved on to universal credit. The decision to recommend consultation for this situation meant Somerset Council would incur costs of over £4 million. Therefore, the decisions which are made to council tax need to be at least cost neutral, which is why other areas of council tax reduction needed to be put forward for consultation, because we need to offset the cost of recommendation 1. We worked on the basis of, now we were trying to think of a sort of a way of explaining this, of maximum change. So for example, where we recommend consultation based on the lowest percentages, we could set relief bands out. We went for the very lowest. That doesn't mean those are set in stone. That doesn't mean that where we've said that we would go to 10%, 60%, 40%, 20%, those are the lowest that we would go to, rather than saying that's what we're going to do. So there could be change within that, but we felt that by going for the most extreme measure, whether it be saving or increasing, then we've got room to move within that. The overall timeline for the recommendation is as follows. So it's here today with us. It goes to the executive on the 1st of July. It goes to consultation in the summer. That's public consultation. And then an executive decision in December, followed by a full council decision in December, because as Officer Heaton said earlier, the council tax bills need to be set by a date in March. Can't remember the exact date. And so that's the reason we're looking at this now. This is for next year. So if you've got any questions, then we've got officers Simon Doyle and Sean Warren with us. And I would just like to take time just to thank them for their patience in explaining over and over again to us some of these concepts, which were really hard to get your head around sometimes. So thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Lucy. I'm sorry, I gave you some mistaken information just now. The report actually starts on page 459. My Chairman's agenda wasn't quite right. Can I just ask Councillor Mansell, as the other member of the Task and Finish group present today, is there anything that you want to add before we ask the witnesses to comment?
It's kind of you, not expected. I will say that I knew I needed to get off, and I hadn't expected to be here tonight, so I thought, but I'm pleased that I am, but it did mean I had not prepared myself in the way that I would have done. But there are a couple of comments, so I welcome the opportunity. Thank you. There was one thing that did strike me, which I thought I'd draw attention to, was the arrears last year that people got into on council tax. So it's mentioned in the report. It was over £4.5 million worth of arrears. We were also told that figure had actually more than doubled over the year before. Now, there were thought to be various contributors to that, given some things that occurred, but one of them clearly was that people were struggling more to pay their council tax, and I did feel that was particularly noteworthy. Hesitating whether to say this one or not. I'm just mentioning it. I'm not looking for a correction or anything, and I'd sort of noted it, and I'm relying on my recollection now. But page 479, it says that the group agreed to look at reducing the wording, but it's to band B anyway, to do with council tax. My recollection is that was the majority agreement. If I can just mention that one, I must admit I believe I felt B was going a bit low, but I do basically agree, the group as a whole, you know, we did agree the fee for the consultation. I may have been one a bit more resistant to that, but
May I come back in? Something that I need to point out again is that we're recommending, this is a perfect example where I was saying the maximum change we might go to. This is a perfect example of that. We're recommending for consultation to move from a band D standard. So in other words, if you receive council tax reduction, it's only to the value of band B. So you don't get it for band E costs or F costs. We're looking at consulting on band B. The consultation may come back and say that's too low. So that it's not set in stone. It's not us, and something I didn't reiterate, it isn't this committee, it wasn't a task and finish group to commit to those changes. We are recommending to consultation, but actually executive will make the final decision on what goes to consultation and at what levels. And then as a full council, after executive have looked at it later this year, we will make a decision whether we support those changes or not.
Okay, thank you. So again, the detailed recommendations are on page 473 of onwards. Gentlemen, Mr. Warren, Mr. Dawn, is there anything that you want to say at this point?
If I may, Chair, just to add to the comments already made, I think the Task and Finish Group has been successful in the requirements of the group. I've been very glad to work alongside members looking at this complex issue. I will reiterate what Councillor Trimble has said, that the recommendations being made here, they will be consulted on, but when it comes to final decision being made in December, they can be amended. What can't happen is, for example, with discount bands, with recommendation for consulted on 60%, 40% and 20%, they can't be made any lower. They can be increased. So for example, to 70% being a maximum, but it can't be made any lower. So that will be made clear in consultation documentation, and it will be made clear at any democratic committee that we attend.
Very much. Right, so I have to say, very good piece of work. So thank you very much to the members of the Task and Finish Group for undertaking that, and the officers who supported it. Can I also say how refreshing it is that you've had a group that was tasked and has finished? I think that is a model of how we need to operate a clearly defined task and a clearly defined timetable. I think that has worked really well, and this is part of the system as we now want it to efficiently operate. As I said, it's a very clear report. I'd just like to get members' views on that, although Mr. Lakovich, you wanted to come in.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just for members' clear understanding in terms of the recommendations, the executive will make the decision whether or not they partially accept or reject the recommendations that were agreed by Task and Finish Group. So once you get that feedback, that is the answer and response you will get from executive. For every recommendation accepted, partially accepted, and rejected, they will have to give the reasons also why they went that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sean.
Thank you, Chair. Having been through this in another authority many years ago, I admire the work that's been done here. It's kind of a good tradition. I think this is one of the high points of this scrutiny in this council is the way to do the CTS. The one question which the work did uncover and let me scratch my head a bit was the large number of six-person households in arrears. Seems disproportionate. I would have expected the biggest problem to be single parent households with one children, because there are more consumers for the income, should we say. I just wonder if there's an intervention that might improve that situation other than holding this here. But I note it's a finding, but it looks to me that it was an old finding because of where I was where I expected it to be.
50% of the working age caseload for CTI. Similar. That's something that's actually surprised me. Yes, it's on the caseload. So it's not surprising that there is this disproportionate arrears for simply they make up 50% of the caseload. That makes sense.
Are there any other questions? If not, can I just refer back then to page 5 of the document? We're asked to review the attached draft report and amending not approve for all submission to the executive meeting on 1st of July. So I think we are also impressed with the report. I don't get the sense that there's anything that we wish to amend. So may I take it that with due thanks to the chairs and members of the task force group, we're happy to approve this for all submission to the executive. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes, wonderful. Well done and congratulations. Very good piece of work. Thank you. Thank you very much. So that then brings us back to agenda item 8, which I think is on the record. I'm afraid that we have lost our lead members now. They have no stamina, these lead members, do they? I will, if I may, go straight to X to introduce this. This is agenda item 8 on page 150.
Yeah, so this is the outturn report for 2025-26 being brought forward to was taken to executive last week and then brought forward to scrutiny much earlier in the prior year. So you members will note that previously we were around August when we were presenting this. So that shows the good work that's been achieved in the finance team to get us to a position where we're closing the accounts and able to bring this reporting much quicker to you. The only caveat I would say to this is that we are looking to publish our set of accounts for 25-26 on the 30th of June. So the team are just doing that quality assurance over those statements. So should they find anything that could adjust the outturn position, but it's highly unlikely at this stage. Because as I said, they've produced the accounts, they're just going through that quality check-in ahead of publication, ready for the auditors who are arriving in July. So yeah, again, much earlier than previous years, so that's a good position. As the 151 has spoken about, that we presented the MTFS report, we ended the year in a favourable position in terms of our outturn being 4.163 underspend. However, the caveat with that, as the 151 says, is that that is the £43 million worth of exceptional financial support built into there. So should we not have had that, then the position would have been a significant overspend. This is addressed on page 157, the table 1 at the bottom of that report. You will see the service position overspend is 1.645 million. So that overspend was then covered by non-service activities. So that's mainly in relation to our treasury management outturn position has covered the service overspend. And you'll see in the table, it's no surprise throughout our reporting throughout the year that the main overspend there was in relation to children's, families and education, as we previously reported, just in terms of our external placement spend and home to school transport costs. As we go down through the report under section 15, you will see there the key variances and movements. Largely, most of the services were able to come in with a further underspend than that was what was anticipated in Q3 there. So that was a good outturn. One of the things we are looking to do is looking at monitoring the actual position felt on a monthly basis against the position that's forecast by the budget holders, so we can see how that changes and how accurate their forecasting is based on actuals. That's just something as we go through and improve our financial information being extracted from the system and go through our new Power BI reporting, which is what's been put in place this year. Then we'll have more, we should be able to have a look at that accurate way of forecasting, which also then enables us to bring the reports to committee much quicker than previously to meet those requirements there. Just table 2 at the bottom of page 159. You will see there the figures from above in terms of the service overspend, how it was mitigated by non-service. You'll also see there at the bottom use of reserves there where it says 10.614 million. That is a movement there in relation to the DSG reserve that we created. So members will be aware that we're currently producing a 10 reform plan to be submitted, which looks for government then to give us 90% of that deficit. And we have made a provision in our budget to have the other 10% held in a reserve for when that statutory override finishes, and we have to bring that onto the balance sheet. So that's the money there. So those are that's been built into the budget, and that will go forward as our set of statements after the 30th of June go forward to MHCLG for them to have a look at. Are they happy to then release in terms of that allowance around the capitalisation directive? So as you can know, they've agreed in principle that we can do that, but they are waiting for our set of statements and they're waiting to see an audit opinion on those statements before it's finally confirmed. And that's the same in previous years, but we have had discussions with them along the way so they know that the movements that we've made are there to allow for that. Just as we go down, the other things I just wanted to point out, just table 3 on page 162 there, you will see the performance of the agreed savings for the year. Those that were undeliverable in year in the column in red, that means that the service said they can't deliver it this year, but they should be able to deliver it next year, either through coming up with a different mitigation or that they just are got things in place that they're able to deliver. They're undeliverable, ongoing savings there that were not achieved have been dealt with in terms of pressure put into the budget for the current year, so therefore they should be mitigated. And as it says in paragraph 31, that the undeliverable in-year savings of 3.2 million has been rolled forward into 26-27. So Councillor Tribner, when you spoke about the 22 million, this is how we will monitor the delivery of that 22 million. And if it's not achieved, as you see, we have to roll that forward into the next financial year until it can be achieved, unless it's put forward as a pressure. But with every pressure that goes forward, obviously that increases our budget gap at the minute. So the delivery of these savings is absolutely fundamental. And it would be an excellent achievement if we'd have received 100% achievement in this financial year, but obviously we didn't make it. Just another thing just to touch on in terms of reserves, on page 163, you will see that it talks about our general reserve balances there, and the 151 highlighted in his report that that's below the target that we would like there for the size of the net budget. So even if we move MHCLG agreed to us moving the 4.16 underspend from this year into that reserve, it's still lower than the figure, the percentage that we would like to hold in our reserve. So really important there, and we're hoping that they allow us to do that because they can see our reserves are below that target. And just in terms of the other thing I want to highlight was around the capital spend. So the figures have changed here where it talks about on page 167 in relation to capital spend and net underspend of 20.9 million. I just wanted to point out that that 20.9 million, of that 20 million was the money that we previously held in the capital programme for the gravity scheme. And as members are aware, we are doing that. That's not being funded in the original way. It's an alternative funding source in there. So that has been removed from our capital programme, which accounts for 20 million. So the slippage was a lot less there. And I did highlight in the executive that actually we did spot an error in our reporting in capital, not in terms of the outturn position, but actually just in terms of showing members the forward plan for this year, 26-27, and there was admission that we didn't have any money in there for the firepool site. So that has been corrected and we're putting into Q1. So there isn't some money there for the firepool site, which some members have picked up. It was missing. But I'm happy to take any questions based on members' reading of the report.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Finlay.
I'm really sorry, because I am asked a naughty question again in full of, absolutely full of them. So capital spend, but do we have to spend the capital spend? That money can't then obviously go into revenue. If we save money on capital spend, which isn't going to happen at the moment because everything's getting more expensive, but it talks about there being this slippage. So I didn't understand what that slippage meant. Does that mean money we haven't spent that we should have spent? And what is the problem with that? Which if you don't spend everything you have to because you've made a saving, that's one thing. But this is a programme we should have met that we didn't meet. Is that right?
That's correct. So that's where we profiled to spend the amount of money on a capital scheme. We've not spent it. So there's a couple of issues there. There's an issue in the fact that we provisionally made a allowance for borrowing. If there's borrowing attributable to that, we've made the provision that we're going to borrow, which then when we don't borrow, that affects our revenue budget, which you'll see. That's why the normal surplus was more inflated, because we hadn't borrowed as much money as we profiled to need. Two reasons for that: because of this capital underspend, but also because we've had money in from our asset sales. And timing of when we think those are going to come in, we don't always get quite right, because you know what it's like with property sales, they can be scheduled for longer than again. So therefore that creates that underspend. But also the problem when you don't deliver on a capital scheme in the time frame that you think you're going to, the costs of those schemes often rise. And as everyone knows, building costs and everything are going up, which when schemes are then delayed, it means that we sometimes then can't deliver in the totality of the scheme we wanted to, so we have to scale it back. Then unaffordable.
Brilliant, that does make sense.
So it wasn't an empty question at all, was it?
Well, it kind of was, because I probably should know, I just don't.
As the scene.
I don't to put my hand up there. I don't even have to put my hand up there, do I? No, it's not pretty, I think is the way you describe it, but just looking at what's in the report, it seems to come down to 3 or 4 key areas where maybe it's a historic situation. The lack of provision of centre places drives up the transport costs, which causes the overspend, which is not far off the shortage of future years in the MTFS. You know, it's a big spend, overspend there. Between the transport of the and the cost of the placement due to centre places not being relevant in state funded schools, and foster carers. You know, can we just keep trying to get more foster carers? You know, this is one of the key areas which is driving our one of the service where we just can't quite get to grips with it. So, but that does go to clearly in the report. So, it is what it is. We just need to keep focus.
Are there any comments there? Earlier parents. Well, the recommendations. Right, it's really nice, isn't it? Councillor Wakefield.
Thank you, Chair. I just briefly wanted to say, in case people were wondering about the adults' capital budget spend on the disabled facilities grant. I mean, the people probably know this, but I just want to make it absolutely clear. It's a grant from government that they give us each year. It's about £6 million, and people apply for it in order to alter their properties so that somebody can live there more comfortably long term, which often involves sometimes small alterations, but sometimes big operations, like big building projects. And it's not up to us to try and spend it. It's up to us to spend it if it's required. And I just wanted, I don't actually know, perhaps Nikki can tell us whether it's actually carried over from year to year, I'm not sure. But as I say, the government give us this money and we spend it according to need. So the underspend isn't because we're not doing anything. Some of the projects don't require paying for at the moment, or they're underway, they get paid in staged payments. I just wanted to explain from an adult's point of view what that budget was.
This, just background, very familiar with disabled facilities going on.
Yeah.
No,
just to confirm that's correct.
Okay. Anything else? So, let's say page 156. So the recommendations for us are to consider and comment on the recommendations for the executive. I'm not hearing that there is anything particular that wants to add to those executive recommendations at this point. Am I correct in that? Okay. So I'm happy that they should go forward in that form. Okay, so now I see all those in favour of that, please. Any against? Thank you very much. So, in our information around the agenda, we now move on to item 9, which is the HRA account, and I think I'm still going to present this as well.
I'm happy to present, but really we weren't going to go into a lot of detail. The report is very self-explanatory. We've got Kerry online if there's any questions, but I think it's just a good position in terms of it's not that much different, the outturn than that was forecast in 43 for the HRA. So again, happy to take any questions.
Anything that Kerry online wants to add?
No, thank you, Chair.
So we can't quite see if you're shaking your head, but anyway, that's fine. Thank you very much. So, as you say, you don't really need to.
Just a question. Please, we have the percentage where you're talking about the management in an area such as repairs, and given us the overspent absolute figure, but I've got no yardstick, so I'd like to just see, that as a percentage generally.
Happy to add that in. We'll have a look at both reports in that feedback.
Anything else? So, broadly speaking, happy with the recommendations which were approved by the executive on the 3rd of June. Yeah. Yeah, confirmation. Good. Anybody unhappy? No. Anybody sort of indifferent?
Mr. Chairman, you were trying to stop us talking and now you're.
I just want a happy medium. Okay, so agenda item 10 is quarter 4 corporate performance, which is on page 295. Now, this is down to be introduced by Sarah Hawkins.
Yes.
Are you there, Sarah? Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me? Apologies, having some computer problems. I was actually on my way. I thought you were on the item before that one. I thought you were on 8, not 9. I'm very happy to pop down now. It would take me about 1 minute. I'm so sorry. Is that okay?
Yes, we'll pause and let you come down if that's okay.
Yeah, I'm on my way now. See you in a moment. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're having 2 minutes. Somebody else. Item 10, which you will find the question recommended is going to be addressed by Sarah Hawkins. Thank you for coming down. And if we could, after that, deal fairly briskly with the main item on the agenda, I think that would be helpful. Anyway, Sarah.
Thank you. I've got the next item as well. So performance and low risk. So and apologies, I think I've got my breath now. So this is the Q4 performance report reflecting the position at the end of March against the suite of measures that are detailed in Appendix A. A reminder, this was considered by Executive last week on the 3rd of June. Any measure that is ranked as red has a paragraph within the cover report explaining what's impacting current performance alongside any active and also planned improvement actions. So overall, we've got a mixed picture compared to Q3. We have 102 measures with RAGs, 9 have improved to green, which is good news. However, we also have 5 measures which have declined to red. Overall, the number of red measures has declined slightly from 32 to 30. Some of the notable improvements are summarised in paragraph 9 of the cover report, and that should be, I think, on pages 298 to 99 of your reports pack. And those include response times to flight tipping incidents, improved processing times for housing benefit change in circumstances, more time in completion of food hygiene inspections, and increased number of assessments completed in our Somerset independent living centres. The red RAG measures which are new, I'll briefly go through those now. So those include ASH 05, so the number of new placements in residential and nursing care for those aged 65 and above, and that's been impacted by a number of self-funders who've since fallen below the financial threshold. We've also got ASH 18, which is the average length of time in B&B for couples. And I should flag here, this is the first time we've separated out the couples data from the singles. So it's gone straight in and we've done that split as read previously. They were combined, which probably limited our ability to delve into those and any different trends against them. Performance is impacted by an increased demand and reduced discharge options. Work continues looking at how we increase access to tenancy support systems and increase the supply of temporary and permanent housing options. We've also got CFE 12 and CFE 13, which both relate to attendance for children with a social worker, and those are either children looked after or children in need and child protection. Targets have only just been set for those measures because the services were waiting for some benchmarking in order to set them with confidence. So that again, those are newly ragged and they've appeared in the reports before, but we're now to rag. And then finally, we've got CPE 44, which is the average housing relet time in calendar days. That's declined in performance, which means it's increased from 65 days to 75. The in-house relet times improved compared to Q4. The homes in Somerset relet times were impacted, and that was by 5 properties being relet that had void durations exceeding 100 days. So that's impacted the performance, but really good news that some of those properties that were void for a long time have been relet. And there's obviously a batch of measures that continue to be read, and they are a continuing cause for concern. Two in particular headline areas are CFE 18, education, health and care plan assessments, and also ASH 10, which is the number of overdue care act assessments. However, on the ASH 10, whilst so productivity has actually increased, there's a higher number of assessments that have been completed compared to 24-25, but we are in percentage terms completing less within the timescales. You'll also see in sections 7 and 19 of the report that you include some of the feedback that you gave us as a committee from Q3, and that includes any changes that we've made to the report in response to some of that feedback. So, for example, we've got new information now on fly tipping, revs and bends, planning and FOIs in response to the suggestions from the March committee. Some of the other feedback will be addressed as part of the resetting of performance measures for 26-27 as part of the corporate plan work. So a good example of that would be any measures around climate. For example, now that the climate vision has been approved in April. I just wanted to mention the peer review before inviting feedback. So the report, as per usual, includes progress against our corporate peer challenge action plan. That's in Appendix B from page 347 onwards, and also a summary in section 16 of the cover report. What we've got is an overview of the delivery progress of the action plan. Delivery remains strong, so 56 of the 64 actions due by the end of Q4 have been completed. There are 8 that are in progress. What we will do is the actions outstanding as at the end of Q4, we'll review those in light of the peer progress review report that's now been received, and that was shared with all members at the start of May. And we will either embed them into the corporate plan moving forwards, and make sure that we've got really strong assurance around everything that is outstanding. We will obviously also look to see if there's any new actions in new areas in light of that peer progress report. You'll also see new in Appendix B that for those outstanding actions, we've also got a bit of narrative on each of the 8 outstanding actions, which we haven't included before. So the Scrutiny Committee are asked to review the points information provided within Appendices A and B, in particular the narrative related to performance this quarter, and should there be any matters that Scrutiny wish to deep dive into in more detail at a future committee, be it this committee or one of the other Scrutiny committees, Scrutiny are invited to identify these. So I'll pause there. Hopefully that's a helpful summary.
Thank you very much. Much better than in person, thank you. So see.
Thank you, Chairman. It seems to me this is not fairly unusual for an end of March report. I have to say the report's really well written, fairly easy to digest. But it's telling me through things. It's telling me there's some seasonality things. That's it is part by the way. But there's other seasonality things. Like the time to read letter quality and avoid when up. There's some stuff we know about, like foster carers, the time to say assessments, so on, which are really be travel at the moment. But we know that we will try initiatives are being taken about those. And one or two interesting bits about food news. I do like the food hygiene inspection performance jumping to 116%.
It's a good trick if you can do it.
I think that's what's going to catch up. Yeah, yeah. So it's lots of noise, some seasonal effects, and some stuff we know about. We know we've got actions on going on.
President Johnson.
I just really want to say thank you for the report, and the advocates was very much appreciated. It really helps to context and position the data we run. So thank you very much for adding that into it.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions. So on page 300, this was items you made in red. And I noticed that a couple of them are labelled as rolling. And I wondered, sorry, let me give you a second to find it. 300. So effective, efficient and sustainable council. Able to. Have you got different page numbers to me? I've always got different page numbers for things. Do you have a reference for the? It's before it, part 11, so it's under heading paragraph 10, basically. Commissions remaining red from quarter 3 to quarter 4.
So it's paragraph 10, it's in our packs, it starts on page 299, and the table goes over page to page 300.
Thank you. Yeah, so I just wondered, obviously some of them, the finance delivery the savings, and the achieved business risk reserve balance, those you hit or miss effectively. But the rolling ones, I wondered, do some roll in and some roll out, or do they tend to just roll around in red permanently? That's my first question.
I'm just finding the relevant page of it. I think it's A, which will show the trends over the last one year.
Do you know, I'm happy to give a written answer. I was just interested to understand how a rolling item works, that's all.
I think so we do have some. So what we don't want to do is drop the target, because we really do want to improve performance. So purchase orders would be a good example of that. But we know that we have quite a bit of work to do to improve performance in some areas. So some have remained red, whilst we still try to make changes. Take your point as well, some of them are a bit of a yes, no, in terms of, are we at a certain threshold level? We are trying to move towards more improvement trends over time, which is perhaps more useful in terms of actually being able to look at the indicators to signal improvement. But yeah, if there is some specifically that you'd like to, a bit more background on, then happy to take this away and come back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it was just in general, because obviously some things are measured quarterly, some things are monitored monthly, some things are monitored annually. And so it's just that sort of overall picture. Do you ever sort of do an overall annual on everything?
So we haven't, and it's something that we would like to do in the future. I think what we have got in the report is a mix of different types of measures. So as you said, some are, we have figures for, per quarter, others we do have more trend over time. And I think what we do, and it relates to Councillor Seaves, one of Councillor Seaves' points, where we have seasonal trends. What we're trying to do is look at data over the year. So actually that's why we use those rolling 12-month averages, because we will always make sure that there isn't a season skewing the data that's presented. What it does result in is a mix of different types of measures. And we are thinking about how we can also make that clearer, because I think what we're fitting between different types, sometimes it then makes it more difficult to follow.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just this, you get these things through, we get them in reports, and we're not embedded in them day to day. So every few months this comes along and you look at it and you can't, there's just not enough hours in a day to go back and look at what happened before. But I appreciate you have also got the world's greatest list, and you're across all areas trying to follow all of these things. So, I'm certainly not complaining. I just wondered out of interest how it was done. I wondered, you spoke very quickly, you spoke about the newly ranked children's areas, and you said about the benchmark is set. So I'll ask two questions to do with children's. Who sets that benchmark? I was just interested in who does that. Do we set our own, or be measured against others? Do we give you a second?
Yeah, so in terms, we set them with the services. So sometimes, and it should say in the appendix A, there's a column that says rationale for target. If that says local, it's something that we have set, most likely informed by our, looking at the data that we've got. And sometimes it will say national if it is set by a national target, because some things we have those targets set for us. So within that local space, we might seek to be, for example, no lower than the national average. And so it is a mix of benchmarking, looking at our trend data to date. Sometimes it is a national expectation of us, but it is something that we do in my team with the services. It's really, really important is those services delivering, that we get what we're striving for right based on their plans, basically.
Yeah, so you can kind of set, you may have a sort of national benchmark, but you could actually set within that. Actually, we want to improve on that, we want to be better than that, and have that makes sense. And then finally, it was just something that caught my eye, I missed earlier when I was reading through, page 305, so paragraph 14.3, and it was overall exclusions. And what I wondered was, because it's a real sort of an item that there's causing a lot of problems in the media, in all kinds of areas. And I wondered, does that include academies, or is that only in the schools, the LA schools? And what influence can we have over that?
I will take that away and I'll get a more detailed response from the service. I believe it includes all schools, but I will check that for you. I know that there is a lot of activity going on in that area at the moment, but I would leave the service to judge in terms of that, you know, how much influence and the extent of influence that they can have.
Yeah, I mean, what I might do then is maybe take it to children's scrutiny if I make a note, just to find out about it, just because I'm interested, having worked in education myself. You don't let children, you don't, you know, exclude children lightly. And so I just wondered what element of work is done, or whether it's just keep that child at all costs. That was all. But I don't expect you to know. Like I said, you have such a broad remit over everything. It must be really hard. So thank you for the report and your efforts, because you come back with a smile on your face every time.
Okay, could you be on 322 continues to be concerningly red, I think. Percentage of on-hand applications compared to number received in the period.
The performance reference number of the metric.
SC CPE 13.
Is there a particular area, Chair, that you're interested in?
Well, planning has been an ongoing concern now for several months, if not in fact years, and it still seems to have a very considerable variance from where we want to be to where it currently is.
And so the narrative we have from the service at the moment is that there was a very slight decline compared to Q3, and that was impacted to some extent by the input across a number of different services, so capacity pressures, in terms of getting those inputs across a number of services into to clear the amount of on-hand applications. I know this Planning Sustainability Board, forgive me if I have the name not quite right, they are looking in detail at these planning metrics and more to delve into it and what we are doing in this area. And if you'd like me to get more information, I'm happy to do that.
I think it's one of them that's regularly feel that these are a particular item of concern. There's lots of heads in the so it's is there anything else that
yes, it's tangential to the main report. In terms of direction, are we expecting this to move from the formal report to using a dashboard and running through live stats, will we say, rather than the formal publication side?
I would love to say yes one day. We are not quite there yet. I think the next step for us is obviously we're developing the corporate plan, which we'll bring to this committee next month in July. And the corporate plan is our opportunity to make sure that performance reporting is outcome focused as far as possible. So what we will have going forwards is a slightly refined set of performance measures alongside a number of actions that aid the delivery of our vision and our missions, and basically the delivery of our corporate plan, so that when we come back through 26, 27, it's a slightly different conversation around how we really are progressing against what we've said we'll commit to. And so hopefully that will give slightly richer information, as well as performance measures really being rooted sort of that golden thread right back up to our council vision. So that's
the next step for us. I think when we've got, if you like, those foundations in place, because we haven't had a plan so far as a unitary, I think then that's the point that we can look at, okay, now that we've got that structure, how can we improve the way that we report, whether that includes dashboards, etc.
The other one that I particularly wanted to raise is on our page 340, so that will be SC, FP, and particularly SC, FP 12 regarding procurement. This has been raised as an issue, I know, before. And if we are listening to Mr. Healy telling us that off the drive in the course of the next year has to be towards effectively living within our means, making sure that we are doing basic stuff of making sure that purchase orders are compliant is going to be really important. And at the moment, they're showing something that's really quite significantly worrying.
Chair. Yeah, so this is of keen interest to the executive and the audit committee too. And so what we're actually going to do is I just spoken to Clive this week actually around incorporating the purchase order compliance and the detailed per service into the budget management reporter, so we can see the services that are performing or heading in the right direction and those where further work is needed.
Further work is needed is what was the most horrifying phrase in the English language. But we hear in time what you say. As I say, I think this is a really, really important one for us now. Particularly the year that we've got coming up, that's the scene.
Chairman, thank you for tolerating the second item. Just picking up on your point, the future is we have absolutely fixed budget walls. We can't go outside budget walls. Therefore, we need to be reducing the number of invoices, the amounts of invoices, and reducing the cost per instance. And so I feel that there's going to be a little bit more than just whether the invoice has been correctly administered. We're going to want to be seeing trends on spend on a like-for-like basis in order to hit within our needs.
Yeah, I think that also goes one stage further. So part of the system improvements we're still looking to make is where you actually take an electronic quote that turns into an order that then follows and works through straight through the system to actually it will help to mitigate spend outside of contracts.
Yeah.
And also push the compliance in terms of workflow through so that an invoice is actually paid quicker through that direct route. So there's lots of system kind of improvements coming in. It's just obviously we've just had to tackle the output reports first, but when we now start to tackle some of this as part of the building better finance, so you'll see that.
Well, if I could maybe flag up, this will continue to be one I think that we as members will be very interested in watching.
It's been for a while now.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else, ladies and gentlemen, that we want to raise the report? So we're asked to review the performance information provided in Appendix A, and particularly the narrative relating to the performance of the screen. We've made some observations. We are watching those who are watching, and we look forward to the next report. Yeah, thank you very much. So, we now move forward to agenda item 11. Please tell me if it's item 11.
Yeah.
So this is strategic risks and high scoring tactical operation risks report. Can I just remind you again that Appendix H is confidential, so if you feel strongly that you need to discuss it, you want to move into private session. Now I know this is anybody else in the room, but nevertheless, it is a recorded public meeting, and others could be section on this online, so you don't have to go through that process. Should you want, so that I don't say which. So.
Thank you. So I'll try to rattle through to give you a quick overview of some of the headlines in terms of our risk profile compared to quarter 3. And this is on the report from page 361 onwards. So our performance, and this is the position as at the end of March. So a snapshot in time compared to the previous quarter. 12 of our strategic risks, so focusing on our strategic ones first, remain the same, and 1 has decreased. The one that's decreased is Org 007, so failure to have robust governance and decision-making arrangements across the council, to action plans from the annual governance statement, internal and external audits, our corporate pay challenge and other reviews. So that one is reduced. That one is reduced from 12 to 8. And that reflects some of the progress around the new corporate organisation insurance dashboard. So what that's for is an overview of those plans and those improvements together and in one place. And in terms of its use, it's aiding the regular review and focus where it's needed, rather than a more siloed approach. I can't not mention the 3 strategic risks that remain at 25, which is our highest risk score. And so Org 002, the council potentially fails to address its statutory responsibilities around children, families and education services. So the risk profile remains unchanged. Social care demand continues to rise and combined with national policy changes and potential impact of health system changes. There's lots of work in that space, developing a local SEND reform plan, combining the SEND action plan and deficit management plan to submit to DfE this month. Org 11 as well, the escalation in the high needs budget pressures and the cumulative deficit through our financial reporting, and I'm sure you'll be aware of that. And Org 009, achieving medium-term financial sustainability on the basis that our budget gap still remains, so it still has a very likeliness of occurring and a potential critical impact. There are 26 high-scoring tactical and operational risks, so a reminder that we only include those that are score 16 or above, and bring those quarterly as part of our report alongside the strategic risks. So 2 of those are new. Those are CPE IT 017, which relates to the replacement framework contract for bridges, and that's detailed in Appendix C on page 431. And has a current score of 20, and also CPE IT 018, which are delays to the cyclical inspection programmes for bridges, which scores a 4x4 and is 16. So those are new captures. They're now available in the systems. They're being reported as new high scoring risks. There is one risk that's increased in score as well from a 12 to 16 and is therefore now included in reporting, but it has been tracked for a number of months. And that's STR-CIG 002, and that relates to the organisational capacity for management of information requests, and further information is detailed in Appendix G, pages 449, and that correlates to the information in the performance report that we've just looked at. There are 4 risks which you would have seen in quarter 3 but no longer appear in your report, and they are noted on the relevant directorate areas appendix. So ASH 11, which relates to recruitment and retention of housing staff, so progress in that area, which is seen the risk profile reduced. Appendix C, that's in Appendix C. CPE HRIO 001, which is business continuity related to our housing landlord service. CPE IT 01, which is our risk related to traffic signal sites exceeding their design life, so that's de-escalated. Both of those are in Appendix E. And then finally, the 4th one is STR-TD 004, which is our risk related to the uptake of digital services, which is reduced and is detailed in Appendix G. I wanted to note, so following some of the feedback that we had from committee at the end of quarter 3, hopefully you'll notice that the reports have been redesigned, and we hope but that improves the usability, provides a more simplified structure. And what we've now got is one appendix per directorate, and you should have all the information below based on that directorate. It also means that directorates are able to take those appendices and use them for relevant scrutiny committees if needed. We've also included as the first appendix, which will stay from here on in, our risk scoring matrix. So hopefully as a really clear guide, that's page 369 in terms of how these risks are scored and the expectations in terms of risk management. This was shared with executive last week on the 3rd of June, and it will go forward to audit committee on the 25th of June. So the committee are asked to consider and endorse the current strategic risk profile set out in Appendix B, and also to consider the other directorate appendices and the high scoring tactical and operational risks within them. In particular, whether proposed mitigating actions are adequate and appropriate to address the areas of concern. I'll pause there. Hopefully that was a helpful overview.
What did the executive say?
And we focused a lot on the performance at executive, and when we then got to the risks, actually what we found was that there was correlation across both. So this time there was over an hour discussion on performance and less on risk, because of that correlation. It was the performance report that executive made up, identified, I think it was children, some of the areas of children's performance that the Scrutiny Committee wanted to look at. There weren't any recommendations from the risk report in terms of potential areas of focus.
Okay, thank you. I might pick up on that later out of the meeting. Are there any particular points that you want to raise? One that does strike me linkages, bridges and structures becoming very much more of a risk area. Does this reflect weather conditions, I wonder, in recent seasons where structures may have become less stable than would have been the case in the past, and there was a backlog there that needs to be dealt with some urgency?
So I do have some updated information from the service in terms of updates on CPE 17 and CPE 18. In the cases of these two risks, I don't think in terms of the drivers that are currently captured in terms of the cause of the risk, 17 is more about the delays in getting the contracts work in place and that new framework, and 18 is actually more the availability of the right technical skills and resources. So for these two, I don't believe it's sort of environmental factors that are leading to those risks. That's my understanding based on the information that's captured.
Right, that's interesting, because again, as members, I suspect right the way across the council area, we are experiencing more road collapses, bank collapses, and bridges being vulnerable. And of course, the increasing number of those might put additional pressure then on exactly areas of service you've mentioned.
And we do have CPE 16, which is in the Appendix C between those two, which is focused on landslips and embankment failures. That is currently 20. So that one absolutely is about the impact of the environment, which is leading to a greater risk in terms of landslips and embankments.
Thank you. That's the truth.
Thank you. So in Appendix B, there's the list of or the tables of mitigations. And I was trying to work out, you have green arrows, green circles with a tick, and then red items. Now, the green circles with a tick always coincide with 100% progress. So I've got that. But if you look at page 377, the bottom one, 19% delivered, and that's homes and horizons. So that's quite a key area. But that has a green arrow next to it, whereas 2 pages on, second from the bottom, updated policies or strategies for use of reserves, flexible use of capital receipts, also important. is on 85% progress, and there's a red altering. So I just wondered there must be some flexibility into where each symbol is used, and I wondered what that was. So it's not straightforward, everything.
So it's to do with the target date. So in terms of the Homes and Horizons, the target date is actually based on the final Home 11, so it's 30th of December 27. So that's why it's green, because whilst 19% progress against delivering those 3 homes, there's still a significant amount of time before the target date, whereas the second one is because the target date has passed before the end of Q4. So the intention was to complete that, but there's some slippage there. So that's the difference. And absolutely right, if it's a red, if it's a green tick, it's because the action's been 100% completed. And we just added, it's up to the risk owner still. So just because an action's been completed, it doesn't mean to say it has the impact that we expect it to have. And that's part of the regular risk review by the risk owners to make that assessment, to consider are additional mitigations needed. Should some of these mitigations either completed, can we become ongoing controls, in particular where some of that work is to improve an area of our control environment for the risk.
That's brilliant, thank you. I did wonder whether it was in the text, but when you've read all of these pages, I just got to a point where I thought I can't go back. I can't go back.
I don't think we've actually got it. So in our performance report, we do explain all the areas, but we might not here, so we can add it into the guidance page. If that's helpful.
Thank you, Chair. I'm on page 431. I'm looking at the operational. Sorry. I'm on page 431, and I'm looking at the operational community, place, and economy. Tactical and operational risks. I see that number 1, I've known about for some time, North Hill Minehead, which is where the rocks are falling on the houses below the hill. I'm completely at a loss about failure of rights of way inspection regime. Number 3, I presume includes Hustle Perry Bank, which is being sorted this year in September. And then I've got, sorry to go into this, you got a thing on bridges. All of the bridges that were damaged, sorry, I lied, one of them's been mended, damaged in 2023. In my division, I've neither seen the reports on when they're going to be mended or whether or not the damage is significant towards those bridges. And there's one I want to add, which is the insurance cost from potholes and road damages, which I understand has gone quite high at this present time due to January.
So in terms of the, apologies, I need that place then. So in terms of the bridges, in terms of the second one, which is CPE 18, so there are delays to the inspection programmes of the bridges, which I think relates to the work, and that's due to resourcing pressures. I'm just going to flick to some information that I've been sent. They have tried 2 recruitment drives, and both of those have been unsuccessful. So there's still 1 bridge inspector short of our agreed establishment. Obviously that makes resourcing inspections more challenging. They do have 2 other technical vacancies as well in the wider structures team. So what the team and I are doing after those 2 failed recruitment drives, they're looking at alternative short-term provision and other solutions in order to make sure that the capacity and the skills, which is what that second one is about, is there, as well as considering maybe a different approach to recruitment campaign. The former one, which is CPE 17, relates to the actual framework contract. So 2 new framework contracts are going to market. The work is ongoing. One for urgent and minor works, one for major works. They're expecting those to be tendered mid to late 2026 and live towards the end of the year.
And so there's some additional information on those two. In terms of potential item risk around assurance of potholes, we take that away for consideration by the relevant service area.
I'm sorry, I'm on my division again. The failure of rights of way inspection regime, which includes bridges, or are the bridges of the rights of way included in the bridges further down? I have in my division 3 bridges which have been removed as unsafe. They haven't been replaced yet. And they look like it's going to be some time before the capital money is available to replace them. What other things are included in the failure of the right of way inspection regime? Because as far as I know, there's very little likelihood of somebody either breaking their leg or killing them except over a bridge.
So definitely needs to take that away and come back to you to confirm exactly what's in and what's right. So I think what we need to clarify is it just about the inspections, or is it also about then the follow-up of those inspections?
Yeah, thank you.
Just coming back to again, I don't want to harp on it too much, but I'm very conscious of in bridges and structures effectively being the same team. There are a number of issues, my division as well as obviously councillor Podhouse's, where there are things that have happened, and a stitch in time saves 9 tends to come to mind, where a relatively minor problem is just becoming more and more and more serious, and it will eventually result in event closure. And there is a bit of a perception at the moment that if only things were acted on quicker in the long run, it would save the council and local residents a great deal of time and money. And so that is a reason for a quicker action, because it's just going to be more expensive and troublesome in the long run. That's the thing.
Couldn't agree more. More, Chair. I think one of the there is a little bit of I struggle a little bit with the restoring matrix that we use, because whilst we have likelihood expressed, it's not really expressed on a particular metric, it's just a percentage of expression. And on the impact, we don't differentiate between inconvenience, service discontinuity, the rapidly recovering event type of stuff. And no, someone died. Bridge fell. That's a different thing from close to road. So I'm not convinced that everybody is using the same impact scores laterally. And I think if we did tighten that up a little bit, it would help us focus. And similarly, probabilities, as you've pointed to, there's different probabilities with different outcomes, and we're only dealing with one, a two-dimensional piece of paper. So it's difficult to say, it's a very low risk of somebody dying, but it's quite a high risk of being inconvenienced. But if that is actually one thing that we do, and it impacts people, somewhere between mild inconvenience and death. So we need to get this right, and not least, I'm concerned that we have some services where there are enormous amounts of emotional attachments in the decision making. And it simply appears to me as though that's sometimes not balanced well. The child could die in a dangerous situation. Yes, they could. I need to score the probability there really effectively, because we can't afford to give everyone a bodyguard for the few. We can only remove those from children. And we need to actually get it right. Can't just take the big responsibility anymore. So I think that risk scoring measures might be improved.
So, and in terms of the rights of way risk, the current score is based on our highest level of impact. So it's a 5, loss of life, critical impact. We obviously do have a number of categories that could cover financial as well as health and safety, just being 2 examples. We will always go, if you like, with the worst case scenario of the impact. But yeah, currently, in terms of the rights of way one, it is down as our current critical impact, but the likelihood is a 4 rather than the top one. And if we look at our target score for the bridges, that critical impact remains. So the focus on this one is bringing down the likelihood, accepting that that impact is potentially always going to be critical. And so, yeah, there is there's different impact areas that are considered, probably reflecting a vast range of our services as well.
Just come back on that. That's very interesting because you may recall that Full Council had an aeronautical engineer of some repute pointing out that we closed the road because we were concerned about potential future landslips. And I'm thinking about the Chinnapollo. We closed the road, and what he was pointing out is that he was very familiar with this management regime because it's the same in aviation. To have a risk of death, so you look at the probability and express the tolerance in terms of probability. And he was pointing out that the diversion route took you along high-risk roads for quite a distance, and the probability of death due to the diversion was bigger than the probability of death of the landslip landing. And so I think it's really quite important to get this right.
Good. And that wasn't really a diversion, it was a concentration on a particular aspect. It's I think something that we can do feel concerned about. I fear the transcript seems to be getting very tired and less accurate as we're going on. So, and that's probably true of members as well. Is there anything else on this item that is to address? If not, the recommendations are on page 362. So we've considered the current strategic risk profile set out in the current high school protection operation, all the risks set out in appendices C, D, E, F, and G. We discussed some of the proposed mitigating actions that are appropriate. And I think we've just really made clear that there are some areas where we would like further scrutiny focus. Is there anything else that anybody wants to add to
Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't mind it being considered to add the insurance question I've asked over the money, because we self-insure for damage on roads with potholes and stuff, as to whether what our position is on that particular subject.
What's the question?
No. It's good answer.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not, we will certainly take that away, the consideration of the service area. Forgive me, is that right?
The situation is that we had a flurry of potholes in January due to the weather, and we're still not quite caught up. We self-insure for damage to vehicles when they hit road problems, and I understand that our insurance is up. I may be wrong, but if that's the case, it should be a financial risk.
Take that out, check, with the insurance schools and finance director.
Good for that. So, yes, that's awesome. No, it's because you really started to last minute. What's the thing?
Yeah, but never mind. So I just wanted to check, when you have consistent quarters not shifting at all, so you've got the same score now for say 4 quarters, whose responsibility is it to then take action that moves something in the right direction? Because there's quite a few on here where quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, are all scoring red at exactly the same rate, there's no movement. And that concerns me that, what point does action start or who takes that action?
Really good question, thank you. So it's with the risk owner. So what we should be doing when we review our risks is not just looking at the current score, but there has been they were probably last September, but they were first reported when we did our rebase of risks. So sometimes there absolutely is that kind of lead in time for the action to have impacts. It's not immediate, because actually we do want to make sure that any change, any improvement is embedded. And so an example would be, I think, recruitment. You don't change it at the point that you've offered someone a role, you wait till they're actually in role and fully functional, if that makes sense. So we do think some of it is as a result of some of that sort of lead in times to really those actions have an impact. What we have kicked off is a focus review. So my team, in terms of that kind of assurance role, looking at a review of the strategic risks with those risk owners to facilitate some of that, because that's something we have picked up. So whilst it's the responsibility of the risk owner, my team will now work with them so that for quarter one, is it a case that our target scores are unachievable? And we're actually at the level as good as we can get it, or is it that there's more that we can do in terms of mitigations, or we're just waiting for some of those mitigations to have the impact. So I would hope that in quarter one, when we report, we will see some movement, be it in the quarter one risk scores or the target score changes. And if there are target score changes, we'll articulate those and why. But we're kicking off that work with those risk owners over the next couple of months.
Can I just come back on that? So, I mean, I guess the danger is you shift a target score, but it doesn't solve the problem. And you can shift the target score substantially, minimally, but you've still got a red rating that's looking quite severe. And my concerns when you start mentioning shifting target scores, that are you addressing the actual problem?
So our target scores should absolutely be regularly reviewed, because they should be realistic. So a good example of that would be our cyber risk. So with 003, the target score has changed to a 20. That change was done in quarter four because actually based on existing resource that we have, and also the real threat in terms of keeping up and protecting ourselves, actually the set's gone, this is as good as we will get it, unless we invest significantly. So I think it is really important that the target scores are kept under review so that they're really realistic, because they absolutely should be a reflection of this is what we believe we can manage the risk to. And I think when we have static risks over a number of months that are some way away from an actual target score, it's telling us either that, like you say, the mitigations aren't having the impact, or environmental factors may have changed and that target score isn't achievable anymore. So what do we do? Do we get mitigations? So it's multifaceted, but we want the target score to be realistic based on, basically the target score is saying based on the completion of all the mitigations listed, we believe once they've embedded, that is what our risk score should be.
Sorry, can I just finally check, when you do shift a target score, where would you show that?
So that's a good point. It probably isn't documented in the report currently. So that's something we could bring into the appendices, maybe with a subsection on any change in target scores. Yeah, we'll take that back and we'll include that.
Thank you.
That's very good, thank you. Right, so the recommendations have been before us. Anything else that anyone wants to say? If not, they see what the recommendations.
May I ask a question? It's just a weird personal thing of something. There is a railway bridge over in Highbridge, which is bought in Fairley. And they came along with the MP to have a look at it. I just wondered, with a bridge of that nature, a road bridge going over the railway, would that be listed somewhere? Or because what they've done is they've and they had the bridge, which was collapsing at the other side of the bridge, the road. They filled it in a little bit temporarily. So I was just wondering, would I find that in this documentation somewhere? A railway bridge in Highbridge?
Well, it's a road bridge and a railway.
It's a road bridge. It's partially to do with railway company or one of the railway companies. But is that something we have responsibility for? Yes, it would.
I think it would be a highway structure.
And certainly Richard Wilkins, who is handling it.
Indeed, so it would be, but it sounds as though that's being dealt with, Councillor Murphy.
Only temporarily in terms of the road.
Is that potentially a live issue as opposed to a risk? So it's something that's already happened.
That's a live issue, not a risk.
Yeah, it sounds like so. It sounds like that
It's
already happened rather than a risk that could happen.
Yeah, it's not a tactical
It's
operation.
both. It's both.
It's become an operation.
Yes.
As opposed to being recorded as a risk. It might.
Yeah, I just wondered if it was listed anywhere. That's all. Yeah.
I think better one that you take up direct with.
Of course, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if you look on the bridge, having worked on the railways for 20 years, there is, when the railways own the bridge, there is always a plaque telling you who you've got to ring if the bridge is hit. And you don't know until you find the plaque who owns what.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's all right.
Sorry.
Right, recommendations, all happy? Yeah. Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. We've more or less caught up with our schedule. We will be impressed to know. So agenda item 13, which is on page 69, is the strategic forward plan. This takes us up to the end of October. Mr. Latterfitch.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, the formal plan is in front of you, and in the last few hours, there have been changes. As per discussion, with the finance.
We're nothing if not flexible, Mr. Latterfitch.
We will be adding obviously, the items that Nicola mentioned, so proposed October, August, November, and yes, will be performance, budget performance. We are also, I know how excited you are about the RICA report. We are still in, it's to be confirmed, whether it's 7th of July. So we will confirm that with you.
Yes, 106.
And any other changes, obviously, or additions, we'll communicate with you and with Councillor Jones.
Of course, what we did this morning was to ask for the government of the communities to come back to us. So that needs to be done in the programme somewhere. Yes, that's the
Chairman, I'm looking at the forward plan and on the 12th of August, we're supposed to be seeing the annual report for the deputy leader relating to last year. I'm thinking that perhaps we might be able to take that as a report outside the committee and maybe bring any questions to committee.
Well, it is a requirement that we now consider because previously they would have gone to full council, no committee here. And the system has just changed, so I'm slightly reluctant to downplay them too much because we have taken on that important responsibility now, although we have to change the date of those reports coming to us a fair amount over the course of the last couple of months. We should, I think, by what we do today, they were due to come. So we have pushed them down slightly just so that we can maybe have them when our agendas are slightly less full. But I'm slightly reluctant to downplay them too much, as I say.
Chair, you will be excited to know also that the annual report for this committee is also coming in August. That mentioned that we need to add that. Because it needs to come to this committee for approval before it goes to the council.
I look forward to reading my report. That's all executive members. Good. Is there anything else? Right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we were due to end at 4:25, which is now 4:23.
Right.
So, can I thank you all very much for your stamina, persistence, tenacity, and your long-suffering natures. It has been a long day. It's been a rewarding day, and we have engaged with some really important stuff. And I think, particularly the task enforcement, which I may say that again, has done a really good bit of work. And I do thank you very much for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will close the meeting, and I thank you all very much for attending, either in person or remotely. I apologise to those online that the broadcasting was slightly less than our normal standard, but thank you for engaging nonetheless.
Thank you very much.